Well, the time will come when the winds will stop and the breeze will cease with your breathing. Like the stillness in the wind before the hurricane begins, the hour that the ship comes in, and the seas will split and the ship will hit, and the sands on the shoreline will be shaking, and the tide will sound and the wind will pound, and the morning will be breaking. All the fishes will laugh as they swim out of the path, and the seagulls, they'll be smiling, and the rocks on the sand will proudly stand the hour that the ship comes in. And the words they're used to get the ship's time will not be understood as they're spoken. For the chains of the sea will have busted in the night and be buried at the bottom of the ocean. The storm will lift as the mainsail slips, the boats drift upon the shoreline. The suns will respect every face on the deck, the hour that the ship comes in. Then the sands will roll out a carpet of gold for your weary toes to be a touching. And the ship's wise men will remind you once again that the whole wide world is wide. Oh, the foes will rise with the sleeps of their eyes, and they'll jerk from their beds and think they're dreaming. They'll pinch themselves and squeal and know that it's for real. The hour when the ship comes in, then they'll raise their hands, saying we'll meet all your demands, and we'll shout from the bow, your days are numbered. Let pharaohs climb every ground, every time, like Goliath, they will be While on the road to sweet Desire, hurroo, hurroo. While on the road to sweet Desire, hurroo, hurroo. While going the road to sweet Desire, sticking the hand and the tear in the eye. A dove full of damsels I heard cry, Johnny, I hardly knew. With guns and drums and drums and guns, hurroo, hurroo. With guns and drums and drums and guns, hurroo, hurroo. With guns and drums and drums and guns, the enemy nearly slew you. My darling dear, you look so queer. Johnny, I hardly knew you. Where are those eyes with which you smile? Where are those eyes with which you smile? Where are those eyes with which you smile? That my poor heart you first begun. Why did you skedaddle from me and the child? Johnny, I hardly knew you. With guns and drums and drums and guns, hurroo, hurroo. With guns and drums and drums and guns, hurroo, hurroo. With guns and drums and drums and guns, the enemy nearly slew you. My darling dear, you look so queer. Johnny, I hardly knew you. You haven't an arm, you haven't a leg, hurroo, hurroo. You haven't an arm, you haven't a leg, hurroo, hurroo. You haven't an arm, you haven't a leg, you're an ice nose chicken instead. You'll have to be put with a bowl to beg, Johnny, I hardly knew you. Guns and drums and drums and guns, hurroo, hurroo. With guns and drums and drums and guns, hurroo, hurroo. With guns and drums and drums and guns, the enemy nearly slew you. My darling dear, you look so queer. Johnny, I hardly knew you. Happy for to see you home. I'm happy for to see you home. I'm happy for to see you home. All from the island of Ceylon. So high in the bread, so low in the bowl. Johnny, I hardly knew. Guns and drums and drums and guns, hurroo, hurroo. With guns and drums and drums and guns, hurroo, hurroo. With guns and drums and drums and drums, the enemy nearly slew. My darling dear, you look so queer. Johnny, I hardly knew. They're coming for our guns again. Hurroo, hurroo. They're coming for our guns again. Hurroo, hurroo. They're coming for our guns again. Now they never will take our sons again. No, they never will take our sons again. Johnny, I swear it to you. I give thee all, I can no more, the poor the outcome. My heart, the loot, are all the store that I can give to thee. whose gentle song reveals the soul of love full well. And better for a heart that feels much more than root can tell. Though love and sun may fail at last to keep life's clouds away, at least we'll make them lighter past so good if they stay. And even if care at moments flings a discord o'er life's happy strain, oh, let love but gently touch the strings. 'Twill all be sweet again. Oh, let love but gently touch the strings. 'Twill all be sweet again. Greetings, friends. How you doing? How are you doing on this? I guess you call it a test run here on StreamYard. It seems almost too easy to operate. You just have to click in. You don't have to do much at all. So I think everything is coming through okay. So as far as I'm concerned, it's just a matter of just replacing Google Hangouts, which was very easy to use. I mean, there's a basic functionality to it. It's quite user-friendly, so it seems that this is even more user-friendly still. So yeah, I hope everything is coming through okay, and well, I hope everybody is as as good as can be expected in these in these times of times, I guess, right? Culmination of all times, as far as I can see, as far as everything that I have sort of incorporated into my thinking, my existence tells me that this is the case. Everything is culminating towards something. Everything is pre-written. And well, if we pay attention to the clues, I guess we can, to our own satisfaction, I guess, somewhat. I mean, the difficult statement in itself, but make some sense out of it all. And well, there's certainly plenty of clues around. Beyond a certain point, we can't say anything. The man knows that the man knows nothing, right? If the story is pre-written, it's pre-written in a certain way for certain reasons. And the best way I can sort of come to terms with it is the true nature of our reality, the true nature of our being, blow the shit out of our minds. And once you start to put certain pieces together along your own personal pathway, you come to realize that whatever you think you know, or whatever you think you might come to realize in one sense, there's so much more that you don't know. So yeah, it's along this pathway we are, and if we've been paying attention, well, we'll have seen, well, first of all, the pathway laid out, right? And maybe seen through some of the characters, which is quite easy to see through, really. I classify it as, in a big sort of way, actors, agents, operatives, whatever your own sort of pejorative is, whatever your own label is. It's people acting in unison, playing a part that is not what it says on the tin, not what they represent themselves to be. So I'll get into that a bit later, because it's quite important, but I've long since overcome that hurdle and realized in terms of the greater picture, the basic structure of these truth groups, right? So yeah, the first song I started off with, yeah, so hopefully everything's going okay. And if anyone's in the chat, they want the link, you can have up to 6 people. And yeah, if you remember, my channel got shut down because someone came in and I flashed the link, and someone came in, I flashed the link, and someone came in and formed bomb. So a flash leads to loads of horrible sex on screen. It's horrible, isn't it? Let me just actually read a few links here while I'm talking about. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, but no, it wasn't. It's horrible. It's look, that's what it is. But someone coming in, deliberately getting your channel shut down. That's pretty horrible in itself, and that's just the nature of the game. I just now to talk about that, and as it's a new sort of format or forum anyway that I'm starting out in here, it seems to be free. You have to give them access to your same way as Google, in order to share screen, I can go into pictures, go onto my desktop here, etc. That seems fair enough. Hopefully there's no catches. Seems to be always a catch, but hopefully there's no catches. And well, as I pointed out so many other times, I actually pointed out to someone yesterday, we are a man at all times. Now, what it means to be man, that's a different thing. But we have a certain relationship going on between us and the legal name, which is a fictional corporate entity. So understanding that distinction um, is at the heart of all of this. Really, we can debate till the cows come home over the shape and nature of the earth. There's always going to be more questions, and especially once we realize as individuals how much we don't know compared to how much there is to know. Ultimately, actually, just yeah, well, on the porn bombing thing, and that same night, Jem Panda came into the chat. Jem Panda's a fixture, flat Earth antagonist, and any official story, he's there to defend it to the very hilt. Right? He's probably up there. He's not the top man. Before I used to wonder who was the top man, and he's not the top man, nor is Negator X. These people are certainly a level above the likes of Rumpus or George Hatnock. Just in terms of hierarchy and seniority within these cooperating groups. Each one of those actors knows, actor slash operator slash agent, whatever you want to call them, knows each other, every other actor, agent, whatever. When we delve into that, or once we accept that, it's a logical sort of progression here, then we have to think about the subjects or the topics that they are defending wholeheartedly. And the conclusion I've come to, they all know the earth is flat, but they know there's a greater story involved here. It's the same with the 9/11. And they would have to be told about the 9/11, whatever their employer. I assume there's sort of an international sort of connections here, you know what I mean? Well, everything's international when you have at the touch of a button the ability to talk to somebody live in real time at the other end of the world in New Zealand, as it appears here. Well, it's not really, but right. If we didn't live in a ball, as we're talking to people, to young people tonight about this very thing as well. Some great open minds out there. One thing about flat Earth is everyone's heard about the possibility now. And a few choice questions gets the individual to think, and that's a starting point for each and every one of us, But Jem Panda came in that night, first time I ever seen him in my chat, and just put in a sleazy comment going, "You've been dishing out too much information. You had to be shut down." That sort of thing, because he knows well. You never see the guy's face. All you have is a fucking voice, right? But this is what you're up against in this new battleground. But he's not quite the top. Himself and Negator bowed down to a guy called Spaceman. If you ever, when I say bow down now, they sort of, it's like a debating team, and you have the sort of captain, the lead, the convincer, and everybody sort of understands that this hierarchy is in play. But this Spaceman character, as far as I'm aware anyway, was a pretty up there guy. And well, I made shit of him. I spoke to him live. A few choice questions as well, has all of these people floundering. I remember I asked Schrodinger's cat, Cliff Hornby, is it? It's not Hornby, Allenby. Schrodinger's cat, military man, ex-military man. You're always once a military man, you're always a military man. SEAL Team 2 member, nonetheless. It's not quite as tight-knit a group, he graduated from a class of 300. We hear about SEAL Team 6, some choices that SEAL Team 6 that went over, had to be 6, right? That equivalence with sex. And Sergeant Gunner O'Neill, right? So think about sex. Think what's going on here. This is very funny. So Sergeant Gunner O'Neill apparently was the man to do the deed, right? A novice, a virgin by all accounts, right? Was to do the deed. And as the story goes, he shot Obama in the face. Sorry, not Obama, Osama. Sorry, not Osama or Obama, Will Smith in the face while Osama was watching porn. Now, we know it's all theater, but that's definitely a story that, that has done the rounds, right? And all these sexual innuendo they're plain to see. But Cliff himself showed he was on camera and he showed his credentials. I take it, what he says is true. And of course, I embarrassed him on the likes of 9/11 and all of the things. But the one thing I did ask him was, do you agree that in an overall sense, you as a man know very little indeed compared to, or asked him actually more specifically, what percentage of everything that what there is to know do you hold in your heart that you do know? And well, he's sort of trapped into an answer then, right? Because well, we almost answer the same thing: a tiny, 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 infinitesimally small percentage necessarily, right? So when he admitted that, then I said, well, how does that go with what you're telling me, that you have all of the answers and man has all of the answers, the ultimate answers to life, the universe, and everything, and can take us back in real terms to 10 to the minus 23 of a second after the singularity? You can't go any before that, right? But after 10 to the minus 23, in other words, 1 second divided into 10, I just worked that out quickly. 10 to the power 23 is a quad gil billion. So you put all those together underneath the line. 23 zeros underneath the line. So 1 second divided into that proportion. Yeah, beyond that, don't know, can't explain anything. But after that, everything is explained, the universe. And here's Cliff telling me, giving me this explanation and this truth regarding life, the universe, and everything to such a degree of certainty that he will devote countless hours of his precious time trying to convince people like me of the certainty on such a massive, all-encompassing issue. But yet, at the same time, he admit that he, representing man, can only ever know a tiny, 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 infinitely small portion of what there is to know. You see the contradiction? He's tripped over already there, and I need to say no more. I can move on to something else then. Let whoever's listening make up their own mind. But that's not who I'm talking to Cliff because I want to. Well, first of all, I know I'm vindictive in a way, but I want to catch him out. I know they're playing a part, so it's not that I want to catch him out even as well. I want them to catch themselves out. So by asking basic questions, um, yeah, that's pretty easily done. So anyway, moving on from that, those two asides, I opened up with the hour that the ship comes in, Bob Dylan song. Not for any other reason. I said the next time I was going to open up the hangout, I was going to do it with my own song called Heartland. So it's just a sort of flat earth and related song. But because this is the first sort of test issue, I'll leave that to the next time. It seems that everything is going through grand. So yeah, that's cool. I'll leave that to the next time, but I'll definitely have that blasted out the next time. So yeah, sentiment from that. I like the last sentiment. I like Pharaoh's tribe. They'll be drowned in the tide, and like Goliath, they'll be conquered. So yeah, well, Bob Dylan, a big role to play, a big clue giver in all of this. The corporation that is Bob Dylan, and when we have the right context. I'm speaking for myself now, but I know there's quite a few Bob Dylan fans out there. But when we have the right context for everything, all these different seeming cryptic references sort of they don't quite slot into place, but they certainly are thereabouts into slotting into place. And well, the ultimate reference, the ultimate context is about flat Earth and the nature of our home, the nature of our dwelling, if you want to put it like that, being completely different to what we ever held to be true. You know, we were taught from birth. From all different manner of influences. So, well, we know that matrix we had to come out of, right, as flat earthers. And, well, it's a mental matrix. The second song, Slanted, by the way, and yeah, I just pointed that earlier. The star is prominent, and I pointed out before as well. The bottom rung of the star points to I, which is 9, and the other point, sorry, what do you call that? The apex is at the other point of the star points to K, which is 11. So 9 and 11 encoded, intimately connected with the star itself. Just talking to somebody about the stars today, and I mentioned ARI. Of course, I did ARI-STAR-CHUS. Everything is pre-written, and for me, well, within the proper context, ARI-STAR-CHUS, the originator of the heliocentric model where everything goes around the sun. What about all these sun worshippers, the controllers? Yeah, I mean, these connections are there to be made, and when we especially realize that the ARI-STAR-CHUS didn't exist, right, then we can look at everything presented in an absolutely fundamental manner. And you can't get more fundamental than the names chosen, the words and the letters chosen to represent the ideas, right? So when we lose the literal, then we can decode, well, sky's the limit, right? Sky is the limit. For other skies, I was thinking of the word sky earlier on and why it features the letter K, was I talking about 9/11, and actually I can bring it up on, and we'll do that later on because, yeah, just to briefly describe it, when you have the letter K and a backwards K, that encodes 9/11. How does it do that? Well, IX is 9, or you can read it the other way, XI, it's 11, right? 10 is X. So K is significant, and again, all back to the division, that's the bifurcation that's going on externally and internally. It's the same story that's been referenced all along, and yeah, we'll get into that in a bit or whatever. I'm not planning to talk about, so I'll just play a few songs, smoke a few joints, and a few beers. I was going to come on last night, but I was helping my brother put a wardrobe together, so a bit delayed there. Tonight is the night, and now is the moment. I think we just passed the equinox. Beautiful day here in Ireland, and I was actually walking down a supposedly perfectly north-south road, and just as it was coming towards sundown, there was the sun just slightly off the east-west road, coming towards just alignment there. So yeah, from our own point of view, what's happening? Well, we have a emanating source at the center, which is simply breathing up and down, spring and fall up and down. And we have this, well, Earth is one thing, it's a breathing thing. We have a permeable electromagnetic barrier, but above is a broken state, right? So we are under influences that were never meant for us. So when we talk about science representing the physical and natural, offering explanations for the physical and natural world, well, all things have to be defined. And when you come to question the word natural, what exactly is natural? This is where science fails, and the scientific method has its absolute limitations. It absolutely has, because certain assumptions are made that are not questioned at the very beginning. And well, this is what, as free thinkers ourselves, we have to see through. We have to see these shaky foundations, and will crumble everything that was built on them, right? They have to come down. Now, if you hold on to certain aspects of that as you're rebuilding, that's absolutely fair, but you have a solid foundation to begin with from the outset. So everything then can stem from there. Yeah, so we just passed the equinox, and what's happening is the sun itself is traveling on an outward journey in a spiraling fashion, ever increasing circles at this stage. And what we have to understand, or look, everything, you don't have to understand shit. I'm just saying how I understand it, and it's a pivotal thing. The barrier against, which is energized barrier, all generated from ARI-STAR-CHUS, right? It's when the tree was collapsed that we have this heliocentric system. This is why ARI-STAR-CHUS was credited. ARI-STAR-CHUS of Samos. Samos is Am-S-O-S. Remember I pointed out to you, actually I can bring it up. I can bring it up now. Not sure about the copyright stuff, but I can at least bring up the images and the text on screen because it's a vital clue for us. So it's called, the song itself is called SOS by Dimash. And I say it's the anthem of our times, and very interesting parting lyrics. So I might play little bits and pieces of that a bit later on. But once again, very significant, and it's by paying attention that we can put all of these different pieces together, segregated pieces, and well, come up with a picture that's somewhat satisfactory to the inquiring mind. You have to ask the questions first of all, right? Yeah, regarding the sun's path, yeah, vital is the contour of the barrier, the energized barrier against which it's reflecting against the sun's reflection. And well, that barrier for me in my thoughts begins low at the north, highest at equatorial areas, and lowest again at the southern peripherals. I mentioned so many times we live in a sort of a collapse. So the Earth, in its true form, in terms of all of its confines, this is what the apple represents, the intact apple. So generating energized field via giant trees, and this is how the story goes. Via, well, I shouldn't say giant trees, one tree, ARI-STAR-CHUS, one tree. Tree of life is all encompassing. We have the tree and its tributaries. So yeah, above it's decapitated. So we have collapse of the barrier, a sort of inner core maintained, that's the inner barrier, and then we have the outer barrier. So once again, low at the north, highest aquatorial areas, waters beyond, right? The opposite of empty space is heavy water, saline waters beyond. It's a permeable barrier, energized barrier. And it's that the barrier is disassociated and comes through in its particular form, right? Corresponding, reacting to these high energies. So, yeah, when we understand that said contour, then equinox is just when the sun's at the exact central point. So it's at that point in its journey outwards along the equator. That's what it is. That's why the equator is so called. It's in relation to the sky. Everything's about context. If we live in a flat, see, this is all the questions that long since have got to. They're basic questions, right? If you've been encouraged forever, this is the point about all the people put in place in the sense as well. I'm making any judgments against anybody. All these people could have the very best motivations. Would you play a deceptive role if you were told a different history regarding your home and your own very self? Would you play a deceptive role if everything was to work out fine for everybody? I think of course you would. Of course you would. I'm not playing a role. Are you playing a role? If you're not, well then you are the one player. You're there as the individual to put the pieces together. So yeah, as the equinox has just passed, it's where the sun on its outward journey is moving along the equatorial highest point along the barrier, this energized barrier, permeable barrier, a breathing barrier. When ARI-STAR-CHUS moves up and down, the sky moves up and down. It's mad. It's mad. But yeah, if you haven't considered that before, consider it and see what sort of a difference it makes. And as we come to flat Earth, yeah, you can't just stop there, right? So yeah, the Earth is flat in relation to the spinning ball, relativity, right? But beyond that, this is the place you're being constantly kept at, arguing against the ballers, the same groups, same actor agents that are put in place to continue to push official stories. But beyond that, yeah, the basic question should be, well, if the Earth is flat and its water is flat for the most part, something appears to be moving in unison, and that is the skylines. Can we gleam on? Then, if another question is, well, if we've done away with the emptiness of space, right? Why have we replaced it? It has to be something, doesn't it? If you're going to say it doesn't matter, well, I'd say to you, you'll never make any progress in discovering what is, because everything matters. You can't just leave a big blank there and say, not taking that into consideration doesn't matter a damn in my thinking. That's fine. These are, funny enough, exactly the answers that Nathan Oakley, Anthony O'Reilly, I'm not going to go into any names particularly, but these two people who've made it to mainstream. Think about all the people, all the flat earthers who've made it to the mainstream media, television and newspaper. Is your issue. They're all connected. And ask yourselves why and how. Ask yourselves what they're talking about continuously, and most especially what they're not talking about. This is how you yourself decide whether somebody is playing a role or not. Beyond that, then, you have to decide if someone's playing a role or not, to decide what is the nature of the role and what is the nature of the character playing the role. You know, what are the ultimate motivations? I've said to Cliff, and I've said to so many people, that's not just to you, man, if you're listening, but that's to so many people, that if all is as it seems, you're enemies to mankind, and this is treason at the very, very highest level. You decide what the just punishment is. If I put myself in that place and I knew exactly what I was doing and I was profiting from it, I was playing sides, well, hanging is even too good, right? Hanging is too good, because what? You feel pain for 2 seconds. If I punch myself in the face, I feel pain for 2 seconds. Yeah. But, you know, it's if all is as it seems, all is never as it seems. But what we have to do as, honest inquirers is to figure out who we're dealing with here. You know, remember, it's a very lonely pathway. You lose, if you haven't lost friends, family, and all that, well, lucky you, I guess. But what do you do? Say nothing? What do you do? Let your children get involved in something that you know is a deliberate lie and a deliberate deception on monstrous levels? That's what happened the other day, actually. And I was in busking. I started busking. It's great to sing out loud. It doesn't matter about the money. I didn't make too much, but it's okay. But it's just great to sing out loud anyway. But there was sort of a break in the traffic, because all the school children, I'm talking about 15, maybe 14, 15, 16-year-olds, all walking through the centre of town here in Limerick with posters. One poster I took particular notice of, not really particular notice, but the word stuck out: despicable. You're despicable for what you're doing to the planet. So it's like Save the Planet Friday. And we're all despicable for treating our planet with the utmost of contempt. And the children all marching, not knowing what they're marching for, really. And well, there was, it must have been 500 or something like that. Long march, long enough march, and I'm so pissed off that I, of course, let them all have it. Let them all have my guitar. Well, I wasn't playing guitar, but I let them all have it. Just a greater deception going on there. I was like talking loud. I was not shouting as such, but pretty voluminous. And lots of them heard me. I got this from one of the teachers walking along with the parade. Fuck it, as I said, you have us all turned into zombies. And well, one of the examples I use is you have us all believing that people in Australia right now are walking upside down. You have all the children believing that, and that's the fucking height of insanity. It's the height of deviation from a rational, sane, and grounded mind. You know, so all of these things, and you know, ultimately, I think there's a different story going on. This is what I'm trying to sort of find a balance. It's like with Cliff, Cliff, Schrodinger's cat, he could be guilty of treason, right? But with a greater context and a greater grasp on all the evidence, he could be someone who's worthy of being held up in the highest esteem, because he is playing maybe the role of a deceptive character within a greater theater that ultimately leads to the awakening and the realization of all of us. That's the true nature of, well, or home, Hone, right? Me, O-H, ho, ho, ho. What does the H represent, friends? What does the O represent? What does the S represent in relation to the O? Everything is significant. What do the letters of the most basic concepts represent? And why is the order chosen that it's chosen in? These are the questions we have to be trying to ask ourselves. God and dog is a perfect example. Is it all arbitrary, or was the English language given to us whole cloth? Well, the truth is there at the beginning, right? The truth is told via the signs and the symbols. So yeah, the truth is transmitted to us once we have the proper context, and once we come to learn, once we get the ears to hear, right, then we can properly decode and properly read what is being said. So the second song, sang that that's a good song to sing out loud. Buskin, Johnny, I Hardly Knew You, a war story here, a sad war story from Ireland. I mentioned that loads of times before, but the last, I like how they omitted the last verse now from print, which is, oh, they're coming for our guns again, Haru, Haru, they're coming for our guns again, Haru, Haru, they're coming for our guns again, no, they never will take our sons again, no, they never will take our sons again, Johnny, I swear it to you. So that's very significant and poignant, and well, especially in terms of the Irish struggle here, whatever that fucking consists of. Honest to God, where does the lie fucking end and begin? It's unbelievable. You're you always don't know where to fucking look. You don't know where to sit down or to start, where to rest. What's fucking true, what isn't. And well, this is why, like children, must become simplify everything and realize that there is a greater game and play. One of the things that we didn't talk about it, but one of the things that gives the game away for a lot of these actors, as I say, is the stuff that they won't talk about. They're happy enough to talk about the same things, have the same arguments again and again, protect the same people from slander or scurrilous remarks, or attacks or all this sort of stuff. But when it comes to asking new questions, they are very reticent. So yeah, this is revealing, and it's purposeful, as I see it, as a purposeful aspect to the character. We as the individual are meant to see through these different gatekeeping layers. I think, we're supposed to react the way it's naturally. If you find out you're being betrayed, if you found out that the whole of the flat Earth arena was pre-populated, and pretty much all of the major names are in cooperation, they will stand together as one. Any of the more controversial topics, they won't talk about trannyhood, right? No one's talking about trannyhood. I'm finding that strange. What's another one? The legal name fraud is another one. 9/11 media fakery is the biggest one. There's so many fucking flat earthers out there giving me more grief for saying something that's fucking obvious as a boil in your arse, which is 9/11 media and victim fakery extravaganza. That it becomes immediately transparent, or it did to me anyway. Because if you're a real inquirer, why would you set any limits on yourself at all? Now, we know that certain ideas are very, very controversial, but it's not as if we weren't prepared for the idea that 9/11 might have been a victim media hoax, with the likes of the offerings of Sandy Hook and the Boston bombing and all of that comedic sort of dark comedy thrown into it. And that's what I said, not to get, well, actually, because I have no agenda. But by the way, I'll go to the chat in a second, and honestly, anyone who wants to join, hopefully Maggie is in the chat. And as I said, Maggie, sorry for the massive delay. If you don't want to join in and just pick up here right now, that's okay as well. But you're more than welcome to. I'll throw a link your way if you want to just let me know in chat. And someone else wanted to come on for a chat as well, Pirate. So if you fancy that, man, give me about half an hour, I guess. I'll just get a few more things out, but I went to chat shortly, and not get bogged down in these characters. I don't want to do that. I've long since dealt with that. I mean, ultimately, the question comes back to what are we doing all of this for? And I'm sure it has to be on more than just my own mind, right? That's all I can account for. What are we doing all this for? Let me finish up the song, the third song. So anyway, let's see how I can get distracted, and I can go back to being distracted by the Irish famine as well. This is all stuff that is beaten into us from an early age in the Catholic school system here, and all of that so-called history. When you get to the fakery layers, you understand that it's all fabricated history. Within the official narrative, we have all the conspiracies ingrained to keep you raveled and entwined. And now that we've into like the world of media fakery, we can seek out the clues that point to the same sort of thing, and that's exactly what it turns out to be. There was no fucking famine, or there was a famine, there was a shortage of food, but that was because it was in the forced shortage of food. My own reckoning is that it's around the time America was being built up again, or whatever, 1850s, that in around that time was fewer and short of that. So the Irish, great workmen, Food was made short here. There was probably bold offers made, you know what I mean? Well, make a new life for yourself in America. Here's half price fares, like Ryanair here, right? Are given. I mean, you can fly to Spain tomorrow, and maybe not tomorrow, maybe next week though. Now it might be at a shitty time, but you can still fly to Spain for maybe under 10 quid. I think those flights are still going. I never took advantage of those myself, but you know, similar sort of thing. You can imagine back then, you know, so the food is short, times are a little tough, and yeah, big land grab here, and then all the people pissed off to America, built up America, all the Irish. There's something specific about the Irish, whatever it is, you can get to that Irish, Iris, H-I-R-I-S, I often mention the oculus mosaic, and right in the very heart, right in the very bullseye, there we have an eye, right, which when we look closer at it, much like a decapitated tree. But yeah, that's from Johnny I Hardly Knew You. I hope you enjoyed that. And well, the last song then was My Heart in It. So the lyrics from poem from Thomas More, which were referenced to from Alice in Wonderland when Alice meets the White Knight. And she, Alice is all of us, right? Alice made it clear that of all of her experiences throughout, this was the most significant, this is the most memorable one. So special attention was paid, and that's where it led then to My Heart. So the music was my own, and it came, it came just almost naturally. I was certainly some of the quickest music that came to me whenever I tried to write a song, and written loads of songs. So that was My Heart in Mood. I hope you enjoyed that as well. Right. So, hi Pete. So the first comment, Tom, is so you telling L to piss off. So L is very interesting in terms of well, Dev L Hell Leo center. So we have the H in the center, and the L is at the lower levels, the bowel. Right? So the distinction is made between the material and the immaterial aspects to us, and how everything is encompassed within this the human, the H-human form. So well, piss off L. If there's any need for any wrenches, let me know. Can you? What do I do? Oh yeah, I'm just learning the ropes here. So if anyone wants any wrenches, let me know. Or if there's any issues here, let me start at the bottom. Sorry, I mean that like what Tom was telling Al to piss off. If NASA in the future allegedly lands a robot lander on the moon or ARI-STAR-CHUS crater, what would you make of it? Oh right, man. Well, listen, they've already done that. They've already, well, it's not that they've landed. Well, actually, now, don't get me started. Don't get me started. Don't get me started, because you know the way when you're listening to some genuine, apparently genuine, flat Earth videos, well, and you have your autoplay on. Every time now you're thrown back on your autoplay to mainstream science where they're talking about all of this stuff. And I was just dreamily last night listening to, I think it was the debate, Jose Gonzalez's debate, which I tune into occasionally. I just skip through it, man. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. Everything's gone stupid. It's just gone stupid. The same things discussed ad nauseum over and over again. And why not? Well, they're being courted, right? The debate is invited. But regarding the, I've showed it so many times, will I risk sharing screen now? No, I'll get into that a bit later. I have a very detailed picture from NASA of ARI-STAR-CHUS crater. And funny enough, it was released on December 25th, which is, of course, Christmas Day or Xmas Day. And that's a very detailed. There's no one denying that NASA have and co have the ability to zoom in on moon features to such an excellent degree that they can get an excellent representation of what's going on. But land, as you can't land on a fucking light, man. You can't land on a reflection. The moon is a reflection of the sun. The sun is a reflection of Polaris. Polaris is a reflection of ARI-STAR-CHUS. And well, ARI-STAR-CHUS is the decapitated tree of life, which can be seen in a reflected form from the craters on the moon. Every crater is one crater. if I talked about it the last time, Crater Clavius, or actually Jimbo. I see Jimbo Khan talking about Crater Clavius, Jimbo. So I'll actually bring that up. I'll share my screen and show you exactly what I'm talking about if you haven't looked at it yourself. Once again, this is going back to stuff I've long since covered. And questions like that, well, Tom would do right to tell you to piss off, right? Because we've left that sort of possibility, we've left that theater, that literalism behind a long time ago. But you know, you can't land in the light. If you keep going up, the moon will disappear. So if you went up, if you picked the full moon, and you said, I'm going to go head straight for the full moon. And as you send, let's say, high altitude balloon up, as it was timed to intersect at its apex, right, at its high zenith, at its highest point, you'd imagine as the moon came into that relationship, that it would be massive. Wouldn't you? You'd imagine that, absolutely, right? Because if you still see the full moon, you'd imagine it. But funny enough, that moon will get smaller and smaller. And I think if you get so high, then it actually disappears because it's an observer-dependent reflection off of this, watery mirror-like barrier above. What actually space is the evacuated zone beneath the energized barrier. Remember, we live in a broken state, literally. The tree is decapitated, right? So the barrier collapsed, but the energies are still broadcasting. This is why ether is so chosen. Remember, all languages are whole cloth design, given to us in their complete form, pretty much from the start. Funny enough, with the English language, we're told Shakespeare introduced a big percentage of new words to the lexicon. Well, another clue for us. Shakespeare didn't exist. We're led down the Francis Bacon and company, Philip Marlowe company, sort of conspiracy pathway. We understand this is more theater within theater. It's like, a dog with a mallet up his arse, after basic consideration, will understand that Barack Obama played the role of Osama bin Laden. You know, but you got to go a bit deeper then to realize that there's a man behind the mask. In Will Smith, of course. I was actually talking to him. I was talking to two people for about half an hour today, lovely young people, right? And of course, they're engrossed within the official stories regarding everything, but they're still aware of conspiracies. Right? They're talking about Nikola Tesla, and they're aware of that. And I said, well, let's go along with that. And the people who robbed Tesla of all his life's work and his due credit, well, they profiteered to a massive degree off of the suppression of Tesla technology. And do you think that they couldn't have a hand in I don't know, brainwashing the school curriculums or something like that? So yeah, that's a thought for them to consider. And they were very open-minded. But when I talked about Barack Obama and Will Smith, that was it. They got up and left after that, but they didn't do it in a, it was just a mind blower to consider, mind you. And well, everything is to consider to begin with, because we live in a sort of a mind blowing reality. Right. I'm not sure how to give out wrenches. I can show comments on screen. How about that? How about I show all comments? Anyone want a link as well? Let me know. Do I have to click on the comments to show comments? Okay, if I click on comments, then the comments will come up. Excellent. Okay, so still getting used to it. Super Looming Hyena, how you doing? Oh yeah, hang on. If I wanted to give out wrenches now, I have to go into main chat. So anyone want a wrench, let me know. And any sort of trouble, usual. I mean, if we have to take L at face value to begin with, right? But I think these characters will soon reveal their true colors, in a sense. I mean, the same questions apply to all of us, right? And when we come to flat earth thinking, so that's another question you can find, like to Cliff. I asked him, what's the best argument or the best piece of evidence that you think any flat earther has ever put forward? And nearly every one of them, everyone I've ever asked will come, no, nothing at all. No, everything's stupid. That's all they have. That immediately labels you a fucking idiot, not a fucking idiot, a fucking actor. A fucking actor. Because the same answers that apply to me, or the same observations that apply to me, are the same sort of reasoning that applies to me has to apply to these characters. There's no stupid characters around, no stupid human beings to begin with, but there's no stupid characters, actors, agents, operatives involved here. So to give such an answer, you betray yourself. You betray yourself. Simple as that. The end of that there. Simple. End of that. Now, you delve deeper and you have people who agree with you on the flat earth, right? Now ask them a different question within the flat earth sort of umbrella. And that's everything, right? So ultimately within the flat earth, it comes back to us. And what's our relationship with well ourselves and the external world? So yeah, everything connects in, and the genuine person has no limitations. There's no gates to keep. Well, I can't go there because I'll what will offend somebody? What do you mean? See, they're the restrictions that are placed, and are they self-imposed restrictions? Well, even if they are, they're done for a reason, right? Is it for the sake of profit? You won't get as many viewers. If it's for the sake of something like, well, my channel is at risk if I keep talking about. I've talked about media fakery for years now. I just free speech right now. I'm living man, so I didn't have any problems with that. I never had any problems with that. But then again, I'm not monetized as well. I don't care about viewers or subs or anything like that. That's not what this is about. If I was about viewers and subs, I could, well, which I'll hopefully get around to anyway, but it doesn't matter about that. I could put out a load of videos. Yeah, but that's not what it's about. So we can just take it that there further, and then by people's faith, well, if you haven't seen it, I think you should listen to it actually. Ranty, so how it happened, I've had war with Ranty before, so Ranty changed his whole attitude towards his whole channel and he unblocked everybody, and well, I was one of the people he blocked. The flat earth, there's a lot of vitriol and hate in one sense from Ranty. What caused a lot of it was transgender, right? So you can't talk about transgender. Well, get the fuck out of here. And it's another big revealer of people who are acting their part. It's like, you can't go down that pathway, even though it's so prominent and it's so well, it's so obvious in one sense as well. When it's made obvious, what with the New Zealand Prime Minister walking down the hallway with her tackle flowing, it's a possibility that it's like theater within a theater. So it is a female, but just wearing a tackle package to stir up conspiracy minds. But no, there's more to it than that. But there's always more to it. And I don't get hung up on the tranny thing anymore. I just realize that there is a different reality in play. And I'm just coming to realize what that reality is. There is a few very serious questions to be asked, like what is the nature of the transgender reality? And how widespread is it? Are we inferior beings to them? Like, is this how they've been indoctrinated? Because we know from our point of view here now, if I'm a female and I know that I'm playing the role of a male, but I know in my brain I'm always a female, and people are asking me questions, well, if I don't tell the truth, then I'm lying, right? I shall not lie. That's there's sort of deceptive part going on there. So that's all I can see. If I can see somebody's lying, I can say there's a bit of deception going on here, but I don't know what the ultimate motivations for your lying are. They might be more advanced beings. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the procedure is. I don't know how they interfere with the fetus to direct the gender in a certain way, but that the technology is there, absolutely, for fuck's sake. Of course it is. It's very basic sort of stuff. I should have thought. And when it came to cloning, and people talking about the miraculous nature of the cloning of Dolly the sheep, different questions regarding that as well. But I soon came to the realization that the technology is there. Maybe back in the 1920s, they were cloning people. And I think it's that, saying it is that simple, but If it is that simple, then they were doing it way back. And well, this all comes back to what's the true nature? What is the true nature of me, right? Who the fuck are you, man? I look at myself on the screen. I think the image is not as yellow as it normally is, so that's not too bad. And everything seems to be coming across okay. Um, yeah, well, Tom, you say not to get you involved again. There's another thing about the Bible literalists. They don't care about the tranny thing. How many Bible literacy here talking about the tranny thing or the legal name fraud thing? But you find them there or thereabouts on pretty much every hangout, not every hangout, but pretty much every hangout in some form or to some degree or other. Right? These are all different clues for us as well to follow personally. And well, let me put a comment on screen, see how that works. Let me say, sorry, yeah. How you doing, Multi-Tom? Mo Samson, how you doing? Oh, there's something off about Ranty's crowd. So yeah, sorry, I'll finish about that. I was on there last Monday, I think it was. So just in Nathan Oakley's chat that you puts out the after show. As I said many times about my own hangout here, even the most interesting places now are in the chat. What's been said for the most part has just been repeated over and over again, even by the likes of me, but to a whole different degree. But to the main, flat earth mainstream presenters, and have all your entertainment needs catered for, from Arwen starting, probably Nathan presenting a premiere sometime in the morning, then Arwen comes on at 1, then you have the debate show, then Jose Gonzalez, then you have repeats up until probably another live show in the evening. So all of the day is catered for by the same crew, the Patokli crew, I call them. And so ask what they're not talking about as opposed to what they are talking about. And well, anyway, yeah. Someone else was so I was in that chat, and someone Riley and Toady, two toads, like we're supposed to go on and talk about something. Ranty just mentioned in the chat. I said, man, go on in the chat. That's all I said. We'll go on for a chat if you want. And he said, all right. And 20 minutes later, we were chatting away, and there was no restrictions put on me. I would say one thing I'd say fair play to Nathan Oakley is in the chat. There's no restrictions. So I called people out. I called him out numerous times. I had raging debates with him, and one of those debates happened last Monday when Nathan happened to join. And I mean, we were talking for a good 2.5, 3 hours, and lots of things were mentioned. But those were the ears here regarding some of the difficult questions I was asking, the answers given. Right. So yeah, how you doing, Mo Samson? Jimbo Khan, how you doing, Jimbo? We've sort of chatted in the chat before, and yeah, Jesus, look, bud, how are you supposed to get across? Certain ideas are impossible to get across or to grasp immediately. Anyway, I would never rush anything. If I was you, just take it in your own stride. I did point you out to a few links where you become more familiar with just the scope of fakery, not just in terms of news media, just in terms of every aspect of our culture is infected with bucket loads of fakery. It's all an orchestrated arena. Well, as ultimately I like to call it, or not I like to, I swear I'm led, it's a construct, right? It's a construct, and as the story goes, this construct, after ARI-STAR-CHUS, the tree of life, was decapitated. Well, here we are 421 years later after that. So did the construct just begin with that? So this is the adventure we were after venturing into, or was there a prior time which was of a totally different nature when ARI-STAR-CHUS was intact? Well, that's for you to decide. I think it's a construct because we outlive the bodies, right? We're not the bodies, so time is sort of meaningless to us, and because we're immaterial of nature, that makes us greater than the material. So in this sense, I'm leaning towards a construct. Ultimately, we're forced in here, or we consent to come in here, because there's so many different clues. Yeah, I come down on the side of consent, the piece that glues together and to piece self together. Repair. Repair. Okay, so Jimbo, how you doing? Yeah, so take your time, but I'll bring up the picture of Clavius, and I'll talk you through that. All I wanted to point out was I should even play my own video, maybe the Milky Way on the Moon. How about that? How about that? That'd be a good thing to do, actually. Give you a back uh, a backdrop, a context to where I'm coming from, and um, it's actually good to try out just a share screen, but that'll give you context. So everything when we look at the sky is reflection, right? And I mentioned it so many times with the fiber optic little trees. Maybe back in the 90s, these were popular. So you had the light sort of being projected through the little tree lamp, and it sort of folded down in and around, and just give a nice little decoration in the corner. So yeah, you can imagine that as ARI-STAR-CHUS if you want, and then you just get your snips and cut it pretty close to the base. So you still have the power generating, but you have the distribution system fucked up. So you have all manner of reflections. And if you think about the base, what shape it might form, well, a circular shape, very very close to the sun, right? Very very close. But yeah, that's pretty much where, yeah, that's grounded, which is the Milky Way and the Moon video. So I might just play that for, yeah, here we go. I might, yeah, listen in silence myself, actually, because I don't listen back to any of the stuff that okay, let me just, okay, yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay, I'm going to do that. So if I share my screen, so this is just Jimbo, this is just for you. Not just for you, but I go on then to Clavius, right? So you have a greater context. Yeah, it's be worth it. It's definitely be worth it. I think it'd be worth it for me as well. As I said, I'm just messing around tonight, getting the test night out of the way, and it seems to be going grand. Absolutely no problems so far, so excellent. Again, anyone in chat, uh, let me know, and I'll send you out the link in maybe 15, 20 minutes. But in the meantime, let me just play this and hopefully get the screen sharing aspect of this right. Okay. Screen share, hang on now, where is it? Oh, share screen, okay, down the bottom. No, hang on now, hang on. What, okay, one sec. Oh yeah, it's grand. I don't have to worry about sharing the link, I think. So here we go. Excellent, excellent. So it's very much like Google. I wonder if Google owns StreamYard, or StreamYard definitely based on the Google Hangouts layout. Let's hope this works now. So if I share this screen and I play the video, let me just go in to play the video. Oh, hang on. Okay, let me. So if I play that, let's see if that's coming through. So just in case the volume isn't coming through, I put up the subtitles there, but I can easily check if the volume is coming through. I know straight away, yeah. Okay. Okay, that seems to be good. I'm going to leave you to that for a few minutes to listen in myself. I had no idea about ARI-STAR-CHUS at this stage, by the way. Let's go back about maybe 2 years. Maybe it has to be over 2 years now. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully that came through okay. I haven't sort of been following the chat. I was paying a little bit of attention to it. Amazing, absolutely amazing. I didn't know about ARI-STAR-CHUS back then. So that so the reason why I posted it, actually see my hand, honest to God, I'm going to tell you what happened with that. Well, this little thing associated with that, but it's amazing. Yeah. So Jimbo, that's in relation to what I discovered. That's probably about, actually it could be 3 years ago now, 2 or 3 years ago, and whenever, definitely 2.5 years or something like that. Actually, all I have to do is look at the fucking date, and it's gone now after just Xing out of it. Whatever the date on the video is, that's what it was anyway. But that was just part of the Vader hangout. Delqua, my fellow Irishman, who well, I haven't seen around in a while, Del, and of course, we have to call out the, not call out it, but I have to express my suspicion on your own character as well. We never met, but I think you'll think that you'll understand it as natural. I never heard you not talking about any particular topic, but your level of involvement in all of it, Del, and yeah, that's some other things as well. What's a man supposed to think, right? I'm like thinking that Dell was there from when the dodo was discovered, really, on Dave High's hangout, and uh, just a brief. So again, this is all connected, Jimbo. So it's just my process of how I came to here and just recalling it anyway and relating it to you. But Sanders Bonacci had mentioned about the French cockerel and how funny it is that it's the French cockerel, but how it looks like the flat Earth map, and just left it at that. I was just watching one of these videos, and he just sort of glib throwaway comment and moved on. And I was thinking about this then, and we're on Dave High's hangout. He is actually a hangout, 24-hour hangout as well. Dave High is another character. Lives in Hawaii. Dave High 108. I think I decoded 108, Dave. But anyway, we were on your hangout, and I was talking about how if we imagine some of the water drained away, if we take it that the Earth was decapitated, giant trees, or I think in the reckoning, to some degree, anyway, back at the time, everything made it connected more specifically. But at the time, anyway, the Gleason's map was on the screen, and I was talking about, imagine how it would look if we drained some of the water away, assuming there was some sort of inundation. And areas like the Mediterranean, the Philippines connecting to Australia, Mexico, Gulf of Mexico connecting North and South America, all of that should be more prominent. And it was uncanny how it happened in pretty much a singular moment, right? It occurred to me and Dell at the same time. Joe from Kildare, and Dodo jumped straight out of us, and that was the beginning of the story then. And well, has it ended? Well, Dodo certainly came into being because of some catastrophe. And if we think of the Gleason's map, right? Rotated to Australia's at the bottom. We're encouraged to do that. I've never seen a map in my life where Australia's at the top. So when it comes to flat Earth, encouraged to rotate the map around. But then the dodo bird jumps out, and then the story sort of can be taken up. That was way back. So yeah, that was a sort of a section that Dell took out of probably maybe 6 or 7 hour hangout. And it'd be interesting for myself to go back and see what else I discussed in that hangout, because that's just the 15-minute section, and everything that I've said there I stand by, but there's more to the story. There's more to that story, and ultimately everything comes back to, well, we have a mirror sky, so everything is a reflection of a singular thing, and that Milky Way swath turns out to be just a section, a quadrant, if you want, quadrant of ARI-STAR-CHUS, just expressed, magnified. Everything ultimately coming back to ARI-STAR-CHUS. So as I share screen, actually I play a song first, and as I share screen afterwards, I'll bring you to Crater Clavius. So remember that every crater is the same crater, right? So it's a reflection of the same crater on the moon. And this is where we came to as well after the Milky Way. So ultimately getting back to a projection system, everything is a projection of something else. The sun and the moon being the same size, that's because the moon is a reflection of the sun. When it comes to stars, planets, etc., well, stars, a star, ARI-STAR-CHUS, it's all aspects, reflections of the same thing. Pluribus anima, out of many one. One creator, one creator. So that's the idea. Now, why I'm going to bring up Crater Clavius is because in the greatest movie of our time, of our era, of our age, this is where Stanley Kubrick decided to have moon base located. I hold that he had it located there because it's the clearest example that we are dealing with a hall of nerves. So when I bring up Crater Clavius, don't be just looking at it for like a second or two and go, oh, yeah, no, he's mad. Well, you do what you want. Don't give a shit. Do what you want. But for your own self, if you have an interest in this thing and what I'm saying, look at the image I present. You can bring up your own image and look at it and consider what I have to say about it. So that's all. Let me time is up. Yeah, all right. When he was young, he played in a band. The fans all screamed his name. The fans he had were younger than he, and they all looked the same. They'd leave at the end of the third show, go home to top of the fun. But isn't it nice, the parents would say, isn't it nice, you've got someone to idolize. He must be twice his size. I think it's great that you're going through a phase. I'm awfully glad it will all be over in a couple of days. The calendar changed, the pages fell off, but the singer remained the same. He never grew tired of singing the song, and the fans still called his name. They'd leave at the end of the second show, go home to talk of the fun. And most of the fans were married by then, so they had to be in by one. Is the loneliest number you ever knew. Can be as bad as one. It's the loneliest number. It's the number one. Isn't it nice? The husbands would say, isn't it nice? You got someone to idolize. He must be half his size. I think it's great that you still remember his name. I'm sure if he knew you were there at the show, he'd be awfully glad that you came. The time has come, the war is set, to think of other things. Like a fallen star who still works in a bar where yesterday is king. The fans still stay for an hour or so, they still remember his fame. But the time has come, the war is set, to call your fans by name. Mr. Richland's favorite song by Harry Nilsson, Paul McCartney. Paul / Paul McCartney was the dodo, the divided state. Right? The dodo came into being, the earth, the Gleason's map that rotated around came into being, the changing face of the earth with destruction. Destruction of what? It leads us on to destruction of ARI-STAR-CHUS. ARI-STAR-CHUS. ARIs-STAR-CHUS is another excellent Starchism. Ares, A-R-E-S, is the Greek god of war. Aristarchus was certainly in the wars, and if you look at the description, I put in something a little bit different. ARI-STAR-CHUS. So we take the star out, and we have ARICHUS, A-R-I-C-H-U-S, star. ARICHUS star. Well, that can also be pronounced ARICHUS star. ARICHUS star. What's in a name? What's in an amen? We have men and amen. We have theist and atheist. What does the A represent, right? So this is all significant. We have amen, B-men, X-men, C-men. What's the semen? The sperm is a tar. An able-bodied, a tar, T-A-R, is an able-bodied semen. That's how we all came to be, right? This is the singularity. This is why they call it the singularity, the Big Bang. The Big Bang singularity. The Big Bang represents the big thought, where the male and female came together in a communion, and well, our material universe began. So everything in science is a clue for you, a clue for us. The truth is known. And if you're paying attention, if you're asking the right questions, you don't have to relate to what I'm saying here specifically, but you will find clues elsewhere, and everything will lead us ultimately back to the same thing. For me, well, called Pete Repeat, because I talk about certain things again and again. Barack Obama, Will Smith, come on. We're repeating, right? What else are you going to repeat? There's nothing new under ARI-STAR-CHUS. Although, having said that, I could certainly talk about certain things I was thinking about today and exploring where that might lead. Because I know fuck all. But I also know that I'm involved in some sort of the greater game here, and that there are puzzle pieces placed everywhere. So that's where I'm coming from in all of this. Don't get me wrong. Okay, before I put on Creative Clavius, if you bear with me, I just have to go to the toilet here. Let me put on. Great, I have this facility again. I can put on some Creative Commons music. So sorry if you've been waiting, and if you're looking to join as well, yeah, definitely. So what I'll do is I'll play a song, and I will go to Creative Clavius. If you're looking to join in for chat, it's only 10 o'clock here, so I'll be going for another while. Hopefully Maggie Caliuga is in chat, and you'll be willing to come on, Maggie. That'd be great. And if not, we'll talk soon anyway. After a long. Okay. Flutter of music, Creative Commons, I guess. That's the. Okay, let's see if there's any latest offering. Anyway, this is not monetized, so ultimately, shit. You won't believe it. I clicked into the wrong thing, and I just looked at Globebusters with 910 viewers. 910 is 19 or 911. 19 more specifically. That's what I was thinking of. Encoded. What's going on here? Why is that? It's not music. Like, Oh yeah, Flat Earth. What's his name? Flat Earth Man music. Conspiracy music guru. His stuff is all. Let's see what his latest offering is. His stuff is all. All right, so let's do this one. And look, man, this is all for the purposes of learning. So there can be no copyright or claim like that entertained. So I'll just play this song and then I'll put on Creative Cloudlist and I get to chat. I've had lots of stuff to say about this guy before. Okay, we put on this. No photographs of Earth. There's loads of photographs from Earth, but absolutely loads of them. StreamYard seems very convenient. It really does. And it seems like excellent quality. Been going for 1 hour 49 minutes, 11 viewers. It's cool, excellent. Doesn't matter. I mean, it's not about just a man here sitting and talking, playing a few songs, and let me share my screen. Yeah, it says some screen let you share audio. Look for the share audio checkbox on the next window. Sharing audio from a Chrome tab works for it best. So I'm on a Chrome tab. Share audio. I better click that. I forgot to click that the last time with my Milky Way and the Moon video. So maybe no, I don't want to do that. Hang on. Let me cancel that in a second. Okay, that should be okay. Okay. If the audio didn't come through the last time, apologies for that. That's why I put up the subtitles, but I forgot to click the share screen link. So, or sorry, share audio checkbox. So hopefully, yeah, you should be hearing the audio this time. Pay attention to. So this guy's a clue, right? He's associated with Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent is always promoting him, and Mark Sargent is the chief clue giver. Friends, Mark's Argent Prepper, right? Mark's Argent Prepper. Mark Sargent Pepper is he's just in Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band in absolutely more ways than one. So yeah, this guy, conspiracy music guru, he probably changed, yeah, Flat Earth Man, FEM. Certainly an insider and part of the clue giving acting troupe. So let's see what we make of this, and hopefully everything comes through okay. So by the way, no conspiracy claim can be, or not conspiracy, no copyright claim can be entertained here because this is for education purposes. Specifically stated beforehand, and I give my reasons, and I'm genuine about that because lots of clues are to be found, and I have uncovered within his video before. I've been back a good while now, but this is just for a little bit of music while I have a little break here, and let's see what you make of this. Pay attention. You have not been paying attention. Paying attention. You have not been paying attention. Paying attention. Radiohead. Here we are. Now, let me just say one thing. Ask yourself: does this guy cover anything new, or is it something that are the things he's covering something that you yourself, as a seasoned investigator, have long since been through? I know most of them I've been through 10 years ago, so that makes a difference. Oh, he's put it into 432 hertz. Well, that's interesting. So let's continue on. Oh, I haven't seen this video actually, so I don't think. He's out of key there, and he knows he is as well. You think he can come up with a better rhyme? Shot and chop. I mean, it's a goofball sort of image that's been presented to flat earthers. And here we have a flat earth man, his country hick sort of shit. So I know what's going on, but pay attention to what he's presenting and try sort of look at it in a different sense. Once we see through the theater and we can recognize this guy as an actor and a part player, but is there any deeper layer to it? This is what we have to sort of make our way towards. But yeah, obviously he's out of key, singing out of key with the music, and everything is sort of discordant. And we bear that in mind. Um, okay. There you go, friends. Flat Earth Man album out now. So if you're interested, I guess go ahead. Very interesting graphics here. I mean, yeah, we have to put the pieces together. It's like the space stuff given to us from NASA. We can just recognize a new term coined by me, the balderdash, right? We can recognize that and we can pass it out and start pointing fingers and shouting from the rooftops and all of that. Or we can do that and seek a greater theme interwoven. And well, it's the same thing with characters like Conspiracy Flat Earth Man here, Mark Sargent, Patricia Steele, you name them. In chat here, let me stop sharing here. Hope you enjoyed that. Not too bad, but it's a buffoonery in play, and it's presenting a certain image. And a few different contexts you can take it in. It really can be confusing, but as I like to say, I like to think the best of these people. I know they're playing acceptable, but ultimately they are players within a greater theatre, the Globe Theatre, which was Shakespeare's theatre, right? I say the Bible was written in 1611 by the same hands that wrote the works of Shakespeare. Excuse me, it's the same hidden hand, the hands of the architect behind this construct. It's the same guiding hand. That's the way I see it. And all these people, especially people of prominence within the flat Earth arena, who are all part of the Potoki crew, especially, yeah, all characters, actors within greater theatre. And the Globe Theatre now has come to an end. Gather your belongings and good luck finding the exit in all of this darkness, right? Yeah, but yeah, anytime I look at these, I didn't pay too much attention to that video, by the way, but I heard the song, and yeah, within the graphics chosen, within the coordinated effort there, yeah, we can see the blatantness, but yeah, we needn't show out the baby with the bathwater. Okay, so let me do share screen again and go straight into Clavius and oh no. So it won't share my no, it has to, doesn't it? It has to. Let me see if this comes up. So I can share my entire screen, and it doesn't matter if you have the link or not. Actually, no, I'm just gonna protect against that just in case, which is what I did the same thing last time. So let me just cancel this. Just in case you can get the link, and I whip this out and reduce it small bit and put it to the side where you can't quite see the link, even if you yeah, that's it. Even if you had the ability, which I don't think you have to first ask to join, and I have to clear you. So it's very easily done, right? You wonder why Google and their Hangouts didn't do it. So I'm going to share a screen, and entire screen is good. Hang on, let me just bring this a little smaller. Entire screen, and click this. I click share. So here we go with Creator Clavius. Now, so this is moving. So since it's in the Milky Way, so let's just go in chronological time order here. Yeah, discovered the Milky Way on the moon, and then this is much later reckoning. This is when I understood that we were dealing with a whole mirror reflective effects. And when I look at Clavius, especially, you can see these effects most prominently. And this is the reason in 2001, of course, 2001 famous for other reasons, 2001 A Space Dodo Sea or Space Odyssey. Yeah, this was chosen to be the base for the moon landing site. If you're not familiar with the movie, well, that's too bad. That's too bad. So yeah, this is where they found, or told, actually, hang on now. Shit, hang on now, because I wrote that down. Hang on, what was that? Oh, the moon base was at Crater Clavius, but they found the monolith beneath another crater, and it's of significance, and I wrote it down. So just bring up my notepad here. As you can see, this is my notepad, and everything written down in this one form or another. I can just find that. Crater Tycho, that's what it is. Look, here it is. TMA1 Tycho Moon Anomaly 1. That's what it was labeled. So I just made a few other notes here as I'm going to doing. Haywood Floyd was the name of the main doctor involved, and then that connected to Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. I'm just making connections here, but yeah, that's it. Crater Tycho, fucking hell. So if you go back through my videos, what I actually thought in terms of the singular crater that was. Everything else was a reflection of. I thought everything came back to Tycho, Crater Tycho, and this is where, what do you call him, Stanley Kubrick has the monolith located on the moon. Actually, I must look into how close Tycho is from Crater Clavius, although that's probably relevant. I'm sure long distance or no distance at all, right, depending on what the moon actually is. But that they've located the monolith at Crater Tycho, that's significant, and for me especially because, yeah, when I came back beyond the Milky Way and the Moon, everything being sort of reflection of a prime emanation. Yeah, all the craters, one crater, and I put the source crater down to Crater Tycho because it's the most prominent one. But yeah, I subsequently absolutely abandoned that and bring it back to, well, the one and only creator, which is ARI-STAR-CHUS. And that indeed is, for those what I see, I guess, it certainly makes an appearance in 2001 as Space Odyssey in more ways than one, and in fact, probably in every way, in a different sense. We know that ARI-STAR-CHUS is an anagram of C. Arthur as is, and Arthur C. Clarke was a co-conspirator, if you want to put it like that, alongside Stanley Kubrick for the making of 2001 Space Odyssey and the book being written in conjunction with the movie. Arthur C. Clarke is a secondary character, so he wasn't privy to all of the unfolding story that Kubrick had decided upon. But this is the conspiracy that were fed, rather. This is the official story that were fed, but ultimately they were part and parcel of it. One catered for, well, actually, I won't go down that path, but it's, one is catering for the visuals. In 2001: A Space Odyssey, you have the most screen time of any movie where it's silence, right? So it's you have the visual aspect there. So within the written word, well, there's Arthur C. Clarke is contracted in, and lots of gaps are sort of filled in. The monolith first appears at to the ape man, right, within a crater on Earth, and the ape who was said to found the monitor was named not the monitor, the monolith was named Moonwatcher within the novel. So isn't it very interesting? Isn't that very interesting just in itself? So enlightenment, or the possibility, the ability to advance, right, came via this object, which was first supposed to be written in the book. Actually, here we go, another clue for us, and written into the book as being a tetrahedron, and represented in the film as a monolith or a movie screen. We all have our own personal monoliths. Here I'm looking into a camera, and, well, a monolith on its side in terms of the screen itself that is lighting up my visage. Who hasn't an iPhone or similar these days? My brother Andrew, I was just, I was over yesterday. And with that walking Brandy, beautiful, absolutely beautiful dog. Oh, well, honest to God, I should tape it. Honestly, absolutely fantastic exercise regime. He loves sticks, right? And in a particular park, in a particular park where I walk in sometimes, there's a sort of an incline, and it's probably about pretty steep, but it's only about 10 feet, and then you have maybe 10, 15 feet, along the diagonal. But once you go off the top, he has to run all the way to the bottom and then slow down, turn around. And he loves the stick. And of course, I'm a joker, so I feign to throw the stick. And every time he has to go, he dashes down. I'm talking about full speed, full energy. And then he realizes, hang on, the stick is. He looks around and no sign of the stick falling. And he looks back, and there's me laughing my arse off. I go, "What are you throwing at, Brad? Come on, back up!" He comes back up. Same thing happens. He must have did it about 10. I thought he was actually going to die. I did. I was thinking to myself afterwards, because I got him to go about 10 or 15 times up and down, and he was breathing like I never heard him breathe before. It was like he was aerating his asshole, and he was breathing so deeply. And I was going, Jesus, how would I go back to Babe and explain this? Like, but luckily it was fine. But a great great sort of easy. I have to do nothing. All I have to do is just stand at the top of the hill and feign throwing the stick, and the dog loses about a pound and gets fitter and healthier than ever. Where that? Anyway, how did I get onto that? I'll get onto that. Oh, I was talking about my most of my brother. Why did I? No, 2001. I'll get back to that anyway. But yeah, okay. Yeah, Crater Tycho down here. You can see the notepad. So the movie, yeah, here we go again. It was 2001: A Space Odyssey. The book was called The Seminole, or sorry, The Sentinel. And here, oh yeah, I meant to talk about El. Who's El? El apparently is the god of the Jews. El, Matiri El, the Jew rests on the ground. The Jews are all about the money, right? I hold that Shakespeare invented the Jews, or the hands that invented Shakespeare invented the Jews. It's all storytelling. It's all storytelling and symbolic. And you have to ask yourself if the very deeper questions for sure, but I mean, if 9/11 was a media and a victim hoax extravaganza, why were the Jews written in to be the scapegoats? So these are sort of deeper questions. But let me just get over this. And yeah, I'm glad I remember that. Crater Tycho. So here he located the moon base, and Crater Tycho then he had where the monolith was found. You notice that monolith is monolith. Look up to the lith, you have a stone. So monolith is one stone or one stone. Isn't it funny that Martin Liedtke, his family is from Estonia? He makes it his business to tell us that. Isn't it funny that Martin Liedtke also talks about Tartaria, and he himself was a sailor. He himself was a tar, right? Our is tar, cus. What is a tar? It's an able-bodied seaman. This gets back to the heart of matters, right? So anyway, Crater Tabius. I hope you've been looking at the screen. I've been sharing it. This is what I've been saying to you. So this is a high definition picture from, as far as I know, it's someone called Damien Peach, right? So with his camera, with his whatever equipment he had, as far as I know, this is all above board. So you can seek out any image, and if it has the same abilities, capabilities, then you will get a similar sort of result. Now, as they say, you just don't need to look at this, or you can't look at this and just go, oh yeah, just moon craters and that's it. No, you need to spend a little bit more time. Then I'm going to confound you in a second if you spend maybe 5 minutes looking at that image and maybe trying to discern what you might be seeing, especially in relation to me talking about a reflective hall of mirrors, right? So we're told all of these different what's the name for these? They've given them a specific name as well. I haven't written down somewhere. I can't remember it now. But we told all of these are like crater impact sites within the main body of the crater Clavius itself, right? So we have, and I can zoom in here actually. Again, these are high definition as well. I can zoom right in and right out. So it retains a lot of quality. What the fuck are these? Like, so these are craters within craters. What are all of these little dots as you go down ever decreasing circles? Have you spotted the spiraling pattern yet? Have you spotted the interwoven spiraling patterns yet? Now remember, this is a crater on the moon, right? Part of our reality. Now, if you look at the moon, as it makes its way across your sky, today the moon should be out for 12 hours, actually, just like the sun. And actually, that's a good. Yeah, the moon should be out for 12 hours, just like the sun, because actually, now that's a good one. If I was just, I haven't thought about the moon, but now let me just pose a question to myself. What phase should the moon be in based on what I just said about the sun against the contour barrier of certain contour along the equatorial, the highest point from ground to barrier, which, by the way, is roughly around 60 miles, 60 plus or minus. It's not plus or minus, as in I'm not quite sure. It's a permeable barrier, so it's a vague area. It's not a succinct firmament. It's the opposite of firmament. It's an unfirmament. How did I think about the word? Unfirmament. 60 miles at its highest point along the equator. And what should I get back to that on that one? I'll consider that. What phase should I expect the moon being in, considering the sun in its present position, in my way of thinking? So I'll get back to that, and I'll try not to influence. So in other words, I'll try not to think, but when's the last time I saw the moon and what phase was it? Although I know it's in the the waning moon stage, so it's decreasing back to zero until it completely disappears because the reflection disappears. Just as I am reminded at the very start, L asked that question: if they could land on ARI-STAR-CHUS, what would you say to them and show you images? Well, they've as good as landed on it because they've got the high quality images, like the one we're seeing right now, of ARI-STAR-CHUS. And actually, in actual fact, what you're looking at here is just ARI-STAR-CHUS again and again. You come straight to the point. You are looking at the same crater kaleidoscope. What's the best words to express it? Just all of them like kaleidoscopically expressed. Yeah, I've pointed out before, you have planar mirrors. We can all appreciate the mirror infinity. When you have two parallel planar mirrors and they're reflecting against each other into seeming infinity on both sides. So it's one aspect of infinity, right? It isn't total infinity because it's not encompassing all sides. But yeah, now imagine you were to contour those mirrors. What sort, and you stuck a pencil in your finger in or something, what sort of reflection or expression would you expect to see? And yeah, it's along similar lines. It's the moon is a reflection of solidity, but it's the solidity of one singular thing as it is reflecting and expressing and overlapping on a sort of an infinite scale, all the way down. It's turtles all the way down. So once you understand that, or once you can wrap your brain around that, well, then it becomes easier to, well, as I look at this now, I'm drawn into that. Are you not drawn into that? Are you not drawn into that? As if it's that sort of expression, an ever decreasing spiral, ever downward spiral. And the more you zoom in, the more you feel that, the more spiraling will continue ever downwards, like in a fractal manner. So that's crater Clavius. But here's the thing about it. You would assume that's going downwards, but the moon, as it travels across our sky, appears to rotate and indeed does rotate. This is why people in the southern extremes see the moon in an upside down fashion, because it does actually rotate. It's not just traveling in a straight line. If it was traveling in a straight line, actually, that's another one I have to consider a little bit more deeply as well. If it's just traveling in a straight line, keeping its orientation, then no, that would alter what people in the southern climes at the other side of the equator, again, the equator applying to the sky, would perceive. So yeah, we know that the moon does appear to rotate. That's the best way of putting it. So it appears to rotate, and as it arrives back in our night sky and in a very similar position as the night before, it will appear to have rotated one full 360-degree circle. So as we just now rotate this to represent this rotation, right, that the moon actually undergoes, and the crater Clavius would actually undergo, according to our perception of it, well, we see a different picture emerging. That's 90 degrees, there's 180 degrees. Now what do you see? I'll tell you, cut straight to the point. Now I see as a corkscrew upwards, an ever increasing spiral. But once again, if you look at the contours, or sorry, I suppose the impressions given here of the sides, the edges of the crater itself, would you say that this is raised up, or is distended? Is it coming out of the ground, or is it going into the ground? Here, I think once you examine it, you come to the same conclusion. I say you bet your money on it, 100% you bet your money on it after more consideration, that it is extending, it's coming out of the ground. But the same crater, when just rotated back to this orientation, upon due consideration, not necessarily now, but the vast majority of people would say as well that this is a distended crater, something that is a normal crater, something that is going inwards, right, as opposed to coming outwards. So yeah, make what you will of this, but don't rush to judgment, is what I'd say, especially to you, Jimbo. We are dealing, in my mind, as I said in that Milky Way video a few years ago, I'm still on the same, of the same mind. We are dealing with reflected artifacts of one singular source, and that singular source, the way it's written, yeah, is ARI-STAR-CHUS, the decapitated tree of life. So that's why Stanley Kubrick put that in such a position of prominence and importance within, well, what are you going to call it, the greatest movie of our times, right? So just to make it a little bit clearer still, every single one of these dots, from the biggest, and is bigger than Clavius, to the littlest, is the same thing. But we're looking at, again, all of this different mirroring, reflected artifacts, but we're looking at things from different perspectives as well. So it's the same thing from a different perspective. It looks quite disparate, and very disparate in some cases, but ultimately it's the same thing. Our perspective has just changed, or its perspective to us has just changed. And this is another tool in decoding the clouds as well, and repeating patterns. What looks disparate or absolutely separate, random, chaotic, when understood or viewed in the proper context, the patterns emerge. So what I talk about the Milky Way, and I've moved on from there again, as I've said. But when I talk about the Milky Way and the swathe from crater Eratosthenes, or an anagram of season out of Earth, to Eudoxus, crater Eudoxus, that span on the moon, yeah, it's the equivalence I can make is like a very intricate pattern that you've created, right? And you've sort of cut out and fashioned, and you bring down to a local wall and you spray over that pattern, and it leaves that impression on the wall. So as someone are just coming along, seeing the pattern, not knowing the process, they examine the pattern, but a while later they find a stencil, a stencil, it reminds them somewhat of the pattern. The more that they analyze the similarities between the stencil and the pattern expressed, and the more matches they make, the more certitude they can have that one is directly and intimately connected with the other. And I'm sure you'll agree with that. So that's pretty much where I'm coming from on all of this, and it's heady stuff, isn't it? It's heady stuff to consider that all of the skylights have one singular source, in spite of the separate nature to everything. But we won't forget that the separate nature was ingrained or inbuilt into us as well, with the distances, astronomical distances that we're asked to consider. Yeah. So once again, for images like this, and well, I might put up ARI-STAR-CHUS a bit later on, but yeah, same thing. Don't just give a cursory look over it and make your decision. Yeah, they require decoding, and the likes of Stanley Kubrick, definitely an absolute insider, right? When we think about 2001: A Space Odyssey, its timing, its unlimited budget, its special effects, its associations with multinational companies, NASA, aeronautical, all of this sort of stuff. Just the timing was impeccable. But, we were always meant to see through the theater. The monolith is the movie screen. 2001: Space Odyssey was brought to life, I guess, brought to reality in 2001 New York, the Big Apple, where the Twin Towers of the material heart of our Earth were unbirthed, and a unified whole erected in its place, or birthed in its place. So what most people will probably recognize or haven't got to that is well, the symbolic nature of it all. When the towers were collapsed, when you viewed from a certain position across the Hudson River, something called the Millennium Hotel was clearly visible through the gap left by the Twin Towers, as if to say, well, with the end of this division, now evolution is possible again. But there's a deeper layer to it than that. Let me just go into, because I'm sharing my whole screen, the Millennium Hotel 9/11. Millennium is that's interesting now, actually. Millennium Hotel and 9/11. Millennium is 1,000, right? So 1,000 is referenced by the letter M. So images, we go to images. Here we go. Ring any bells, anybody? It's great that I can share a screen again. Here we go. Look at this. Oh, that's exactly. Let's go back. That's a perfect example of what I was talking about. Look. So through the gap where the Twin Towers were, when viewed across the river. Oh, hang on. What does that say? What? I actually saw Stanley Kubrick. What's that? Get the what? Who's that by? Because I absolutely agree with that. I've been saying that for years. Stanley Kubrick faked his death and was involved primarily in the 9/11 hoax. And here we have the Millennium Hotel here. Let me just get rid of this. No, that looks like not an actual image here. So let's, that's interesting now. I have to go back to that link. Let me just show you an actual image. Here was the Twin Towers here. This is Millennium Hotel. So when the towers were unbirthed, here, I think the first image was sufficient. Here we go, look. That'll do it. That's the monolith. Millennium Hotel. So Millennium is M. So I was thinking of, oh, that's a very interesting one. Oh, yeah, okay, that's a very interesting one. I'm going to leave you consider that for a second here while I have a cigarette. So just Hubble telescope, Hubble. There's the L again. We're talking about L being the Jewish God, the material, the Jews being not front and center at 9/11, and the Jew rests in the ground, the Judy wood and her Jews, right? Her directed energy weapons. How does this all fit in? And well, I was just thinking about the 1,000, the M, yeah, and the M, 1,000 is 10 times 10 times 10, which is X times X times X. If you write X down, X, X, X down, in capital letters, I could do that in pink, but I don't need to. If you do that, well, two letters jump out at you. One is M and one is W. So XXX, you have an M and a W created for man and woman. Y is one inversion of the other. In Cododo, both have a value of 6. That makes great sense. But yeah, so we're talking about L. Christmas is Noel, right? Noel. And Christmas is also Xmas. So what's going on here? Xmas is XAMS, ARI-STAR-CHUS of Samus. So there's lots of relationships being revealed if we can only find the proper context. And that proper context comes, well, it hones all the way back into, well, what we were told 9/11 was an inside job. Inside job, Steve Jobs of the Apple Corp, or Apple Corp. Yeah, 9/11 was inside job inside of you. And, well, the book of Job needs to be revisited. And isn't it funny, if you go back into pretty much all my hangouts beyond a certain point, I've had the same thing. Well, in the early doors, I have to go back myself with the early doors, but well, in the description, it's been ARI-STAR-CHUS equals Christ aura as perfect anagram, and then be, he, me, th, behemoth. 421. You know what's dodonomore actually? I put it in the title tonight. Yeah, the end of division. The divided days are done. But 421. I started earlier on. This is when the dodo was discovered. So regarding the construct, this is the beginning of our venture into this divided state. And well, why I'm so certain the end isn't here. Well, this year as well, Easter Sunday, Ishtar Sunday, ARI-STAR-CHUS Sunday. Yeah, it happened to fall on 4/21 this year, April 21st. Last year it fell on April Fool's Day. A fool is a dodo. So just look at the clock. It's 10:42, right? 10:42 is 4:20. Unbelievable. So it's not very interesting, but where's that one with Stanley Kubrick again? I'm going to click into that because I haven't seen this. I don't. Where is it? Here we go. Let's see what this brings up. Lots of people balk at that, right? I should have thought that was obvious. I should have thought that was obvious at this stage. It's going to be something called skeleton is not an interesting word. Stanley Kubrick's fake death and 9/11 hoax. dokie. Now this is going to make very interesting reading. Calcified lies, yeah. Yeah, I remember him. I remember Jay Widener. Calcified Lies was a member of Clues Forum of Fakeologists as well when I was there. So we had interactions, but he went on to develop lots of stuff as well. Yeah, I remember talking about the skeleton key, and that becomes more pertinent as well. The skeleton key, well, how our body parts are so named becomes the key to everything. Why wouldn't it? You know, amongst other keys, but the skeleton key is literally why is our hair called hair? Why are our teeth like teeth teeth your chin NCH, right? CHURCH. So everything is related to the different component parts of our bodies, and this is where all of the letters fit in. This is why the A and the V are opposites, Adam and Eve, right? But anyway, that's the real skeleton key. But that's what I was thinking. Only people to that level would be aware of the Stanley Kubrick, what we're talking about is Stanley Kubrick fake death and how it ties into 9/11. But how long ago is this actually? It could be, how long is it? I've been looking forward to reading that now, and I don't read much anymore. But just to see if there's any progress. Look at this. When is that? I bet you that's going back a good few years. 2015. Okay. Yeah, I would have been well familiar with all of this back then. So yeah, there's deeper layers yet to this. So I'll put that link in chat. But if you haven't seen this, I mean, you have to look into this. So let me stop sharing. I'll put that link in chat, and I'll get straight to the chat now. I don't think I need to hide the link as well, but just in case, there's that link. Stanley Kubrick definitely faked this out. All the top movie directors played their part in the making of the 9/11 movie. You could decide that they're all demonic and are all ultimately working for the side of Satan, right? Whatever. You can decide that, and it might be true, but you can also bear other possibilities in mind as well. So that's down to the individual. There's a link in chat, and yeah, a bit later than usual, a bit later than advertised. Anyone wants to join, let me know now, and I'll send you the link. So I'll give you out my email, and you can just contact me via there, and everything in good faith. You're not going to share the link or no untowardness, and well, yeah. Gideon, how you doing, Gideon? See, so down to the bottom, Gideon says Lith is stone monument is one stone. Einstein, yeah, that's what it is, man. Einstein is one S tone. Now, what is the S tone? It's TH. Pronounce it yourself. TH. So to take the sword from the stone is to take the S word from the S tone. And the S word is from the S tone. Michael Jackson left us with this is it. THIS is it IT. So what does it mean? Well, H human. So everything goes through the heart. We have these different component parts. Father sky, right? Father sky, Mother Earth. So we have these separations. That's what Earth is. It's a sort of a separated or divided state, and we have the mother cut off from the father. Father sky, right? The immaterial is above. The mother is more grounded, more based in the material, matter, I-L, matter, right? Mothers, waters, matters, waters break. So there has been this bifurcation, and this is what the moon landings were about in the symbolic sense, the reconnection of these disparate or divided aspects. we had the three the three astronauticals, star in water, right? S-star, S-star. S-star is well, the S is the divided state. So when you think about, right, well, the S. So there's the 8 is the twisted 0, right? And then the S is the divided 8. So we are separated. We're not just separated down the middle, though. We're separated sort of, or this is why we're told our left brain controls the right side and the right brain controls the left side. I was thinking about the word sinister earlier on and why they would so call it. And everything, in the light of everything, been reversed as well. Yeah. So we have the sinister and the dexterous, right? And if you look at the emblem of the Isle of Man, there we have the raven called sinister, and I think it's the falcon called dexterous, who came on the scene with images of the Isle of Man from a specific location called St. Bees. You know about the Masonic beehive, right? What's the capital? The Isle of Man, Eye of Man, or IL of Man, IL. What's going on? IL of Man, capital Doe Douglas, right? Well, Anthony Riley, right? Sleeping warrior, right? Like a sleeping agent, you know, there to burst into action when called, when alerted to. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Einstein, a tranny, right? Right, Gideon? Einstein, a tranny, married to a butch man in drag, all before us, you know, which is which anymore. So while this divided state continues, so we have twofold division: 0, right, representing everything, the immaterial, the uncountable, the without beginning, without end. 0 is undefined, is used in mathematics. And then we have the 1 representing the material, the countable, the solid, the dimensionable. Jimbo Kahn mentioned earlier on about Einstein killing the ether. Yeah, that was his. Well, it's, you can't kill the ether, right? But once Einstein proved that the ether wasn't a thing, well, then all manner of fantasy came our way. And, you know, Einstein was a hero of mine, absolutely, from the earliest of it, well, 15, 16. You know, if I can figure out the nature of the universe from sitting in his armchair, it's mad. You gotta respect that guy, you know. But maybe ultimately that's what we do, right? It's within this armchair, inside that we piece everything together. And people have asked me, what experiments have you done? I haven't done many experiments. I could think of lots and lots of different experiments, but any experiments that have been um, um, offered up, I suppose. What was that fame Brian Mullen gave us? Toe the line, or seek the line, follow the line, something like that, where they're going to set up a series of sort of posts and maintain a perfect horizontal orientation. But that, I don't know, whatever. If that was a scam, maybe they collected money and it didn't come to fruition, or wasn't worth seeing through. There was too many difficulties. I need to get involved in that, though. I already know the Earth is flat. So any experiment like that that takes up lots of time and effort, you can go for it all you like if you're genuine and you know, you think it will genuinely solve something. But I don't think you need to do it. Certain things we can sort of resolve in our own brain, and we can also look at pieces of evidence collected, of course, from other people. So all you got to think about is high altitude balloon footages. This is why these facilities were given to us, because all of this has been rolled out. Nothing new under ARI-STAR-CHUS. Everything we're finding out now is already known. If you think it isn't, and you want to continue calling for something like exploration, or continue to call for a debate against the same bowler antagonists like George, Rumpus, whole, you name them, all the same antagonists. Well, you can continue to do that, but ultimately, I think you missed the whole fucking point. Missed the whole point. These are not things to be stuck on or to sort of delve too deeply in. That's not to say that there isn't any benefit in experimentation, but who are we trying to convince of what here? I might have been inclined to do lots of things maybe in the early days, 2013, 14, and I was inclined. But yeah, I experiment with my eyes. I observe phenomena with my eyes. I process things with my brain, and I can thought experiment is excellent. Way of making your way through the mire. And especially when you have a proper context, we know the Earth is flat and stationary, but I know that Earth is not flat and stationary. Work that one out. Work that one out. You can't miss what you can't measure, Gideon. Right. And here's the thing about science, right, Gideon? Science is all about integration. So they see a phenomenon and they try to integrate component parts to formulate an explanation for the phenomena. The truth is about disintegration. The truth is about a source separating. And, science is about offering up explanations for phenomena observed in the natural and physical world. Well, let's define, as I mentioned at the very start, let's define these terms. What do you mean by natural? Of course, we have our go-to position, which is a position of all of science, right? Natural is everything stemming from a big bang singularity. That's their explanation. That's their foundation. That's their starting point. Where are you going to go for that? You're nowhere. You're left in no man's land as an investigator. As I'm saying, there's no one to appeal to here. There's no one to appeal to here. Who am I appealing? If I got excited in the past about certain things, that Milky Way and the Moon find, that killed all fucking astrophysics, friends. That's just the truth of it. And I stand by that. All astrophysics is dead based on that find. And, I haven't left that behind. I've just moved on from that. But I absolutely stand over that. So yeah. Well, what are you going to go to? Go to a periodical? Go to some sort of university authority and present your findings? Where are you going to get with that? I've been to all manner of people. I've been to politicians. Actually, when I was busking the other day, I met the guy I did an interview with, the local journalist here, and I was asking him sarcastically, like, as I said it to him at the start, you won't publish any of this. Well, do you get any of this? Is the news story coming out anytime soon? Hot off the press. I said, you said you were right all along. I wanted to print. I wrote up the story and everything, but the editor knocked him back. So that's it. I said, well, where does that leave us, right? Where does that leave truth? Where does that leave truth? And well, it leaves it leaves truth nowhere. It leaves truth dead in the gutter in one sense. But we can look at it in a couple of different ways. We're in a hopeless situation, or we're in the exact opposite, the most hopeless situation ever. You've got to decide as an individual. You've got to put all of the different pieces together and come out where you come out as that individual. So yeah. Feed your own intellect. Exactly what I said to those two young people today, Gideon, and no other way. Don't let any fucker tell you what's what. Figure it out for yourself. Every man is an island. We're in this sort of experience fundamentally alone, here to put pieces together in the best way we can. So the whole context of our experience has changed, coming to flat Earth. So now, what is? These are the questions, the basic questions. What is? As opposed to sticking forever on what isn't. If you go back to Ranty's hangout, when me and Nathan Oakley, I was calm. I said it to Ranty. I said, "Do you really want to go here?" He said, "All right." And I said, "Well, look, I believe you're all actor, agents, operatives on the scene, playing a collective part. put in place to control the argument, to lead and to steer slash missteer. But I also clarified by saying that maybe Oakley is one of the biggest clue givers out there if you're paying attention to some of these screenshots. You know, or Mark Sargent is one of the biggest clues out there if you're paying attention to the deeper layer of these clues, not the superficial clues. You know, and what is this balance? I've never experienced it. Okay, Gideon, how you doing? As I said, Midnight Gardener. Good to see you, bud. Good to see you. I'm back in. Everything seems to be going around the StreamYard here, so everything is sharing okay, and it seems to be more secure than Google. Excellent. What is this balance? What context do you mean balance? That we have to find a balanced center to everything? Yes, we do actually, Gideon. We have to find our COG, our COG, our center of gravity. Where's the center of gravity of the human? Through the heart, right? That's where the heart is 2/3 of the way up. A third of angels fell. I was talking about 2001: Space Odyssey. There we have HAL, right? And it just occurred to me today that HAL and Halo are very similar, aren't they? But there we have the A as well. So we have the A at the top, the L at the bottom, and, well, H in the center, right? So everything has to go through the heart. It has to go through the heart. Everything can't go through the head. Everything can go through the groin, the bowel, because we can be misled by both. Even though everything comes together 3 to 1, right? We have the immaterial center, the material center, and then we have the heart bridge between the material and the immaterial center. That's the 3 in 1. But we are in this divided state, not just in a linear sense, but in a crossed sense as well. The left brain controlling the right side and vice versa, everything crossed through the heart. So we have to unravel things. First of all, recognize things, right? And then unravel it. And then find balance. It's absolutely about balance in the sense that I'm thinking of anyway. But you might be talking about something different, or if you are, good stuff, man. Good stuff, Midnight. Yeah, balance. Balance between what? So I guess it's about the context. So you say it's unattainable, Gideon. But what context do you mean balance, or do you consider balance, the word balance in? It's an interesting word actually. BAL. So then we have the AL again. So the top and the bottom. ANCE. Okay, I'll have to think about that. Everything should ultimately point to the heart. I think it has to, right? So the heart, we have 4 chambers. So we're divided in 2 and 2 again. Heart, ether, heart, or ether, earth, heart, RTH. There we have the TH again, all anagrammatical. And you can put it down to, you know, the chaotic development of the English language over many centuries, or you can consider that everything was structured in this fundamental sense for a fundamental reason. Well, that's a bit vague, I guess, but let me put your, if you don't mind, I'll put your comments on screen. Oh, I have to individually. Can I not just leave the comments sort of come up on screen themselves? I'm sure I could do that now. Some way. Let me just hide these. No, I can't do it that way. That's probably in the settings. I can get to that the next time. Just go back to the previous thing you said. A woman is cut in 2 and craves the union of her lower and upper half through lovemaking. Right. Well, a woman, not just a woman. You don't like a lovemaking, Gideon. I love you a long time. You don't like a man as well. Of course, feels that separation. And I wrote it down. So Let me get out my little notepad here. Oh, yeah, but actually, that's so. I remember I said I'd rather talk about some of the stuff that I'm thinking of, the way I can make progress on it, rather than going back to stuff that I've covered too. But I don't mind that as well, of course. But you know, but what I was in today was just I was writing down all the numbers from 1 to 10, and seeing how the letters chosen to represent the word, to represent the idea, the concept of 1 or 2 or whatever, all the way up to 10, related to the number itself. So making great progress in that, and yeah, well, everything's interconnected. If you have the proper code, I'm not going to say that. I said that the code Dodo. Well, I said it was the ultimate code revealed, but I was halfway there, because you have to apply the code Dodo forwards from A to Z and backwards from Z to A. In other words, code Dodo forwards: A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, E is 5, F is 6, G is 7, H is 8, I is 9, J is also 9, that equivalence is established, K is 8, back down, L is 7, we can see why the L is 7 up, right? M is 6, N is 5, N is 5 is perfect. We're born into sin. Sin is the half of the 8, right? S is half of the 8 in S, and N is as a value of 5. We have cut down the center, 5 fingers, 5 hands, 5 toes, 5 fingers in each hand, 5 toes in each feet. Well, if you have 5 toes, you're a lucky bastard. Well, yeah. So yeah, we're going to get to N is 5, O is 4, P is 3, Q is 2, R is 1, then back up, S is 2, S is 2 is perfect, right? 10 divided by 2 is 5, S is 2, N is 5, and I am in S, right? INS. The divided state is constantly reinforced. So yeah, and hang on, what did I say? S is 2, T is 3, U is 4, V is 5, W is 6, so W same value as M, one is inverted, and the other number talks about the XXX representing 1,000, or the M, whereas when you write it down you have W and M. So yeah, W is 6, X is 7, XXX gives 21, right? And blackjack, XY is 8, and Z is 9. So going backwards then, Z is 1, Y is 2, I won't go, X is 3, so that has the equivalence backwards. So then that lays out, again, everything pivoting around the I and the J. So it's interesting that whatever the value, so A, for instance, forwards will have a value of 1, but backwards will have a value of 9, and 9 plus 1 will give you 10. So every value will add up to 10, 10 being the X, Christ mass, X mass. X is the 1 and the 0. This is what the theta is, right? So we have the 0 transformed into the 1. So from the immaterial, from the thought, right? From the thought expressed as the word, right? Then we have the material manifestation. Mad stuff, isn't it? It's mad stuff, but I can't deny the immaterial aspect to my being. It's in use right now. You know what I mean? The airy-fairy sort of stuff. How do you think you think? Yeah. We're all been played for fools, that's what I'm telling you. Actually, that's what I'm telling you. We've all been played for fools. I don't like to see anyone being played for fools. You know, but again, yeah. These are the steps you must go through. You have to realize someone is fooling you before you can come to ask, well, what's the reason why they're fooling you? You know, the reason might be the very best reason. That's the truth of the matter. And as I say, that's the side I come down on. It's the side I come down on. Well, and as I said that, I come down that side as well, Gideon. I just looked at your comment, love. Well, all you need is love. Let love but gently touch the strings, and all will be sweet again. 'Twill all be sweet again. But what is love? If you look at the word evolution, it's evolution. Evol is love backwards, so it's love you shun. What do the materialists give us? The heliocentric materialists, Big Bangers. Big Bang is the big fuck, so no greater exemplification of the material than the big fuck, right? What did they give us? They gave us a cold, loveless evolutionary process to bring us to where we are now. No greater rhyme or reason behind that, and it's just a chaotic development from a primordial and meaningless coincidence, meaningless accident, you know. So once again, it's all about contrast, and it's via the contrast, well, in a necessary contrast. It's only by seeing the black can we appreciate the white, or vice versa, right? Vice versa. We will be deceived until the end. I constantly say that to myself as well, but I don't say that in sort of a really suspicious way. I'm suspicious of everybody and everything. No, just in terms of the nature of the gameplay. We'll be deceived until the end, and I'll bear that in mind. I really do. When I'm talking about in terms of any sort of conclusions I'm coming to myself, I'm on my own pathway here. you know, yeah. So Gideon says, do you think, oh, that's going way back, isn't it? Do you think the sea is just electrolytes? Salt is a very important thing, right? So it's salt everywhere. The clouds are salt particulate. The clouds stay in place via cymatics, right? So we have the ether expressing. The ether is an effect. It's, an unnatural thing that we're under because ARI-STAR-CHUS is being decapitated. But that energy still the same. It's holding back the collapsed barrier, and at that energy barrier, we have the separation of the saline waters beyond, NaCl. So for the most part, I think the clouds are probably made up of chlorine particulate, and maybe the Na aspect maybe stays behind and to some degree forms the well, maybe the barrier. You see, when the sun moves away, when the sun moves inwards, and we have a northern summer, certain points along the barrier in the outer areas will tend to freeze over, and I think that maybe, and vice versa, when the sun moves outwards, certain points along the inner barrier will tend to freeze over. I think this is what accounts for the annual meteor showers in specific areas. So when the sun is making its way back, this intense energy reflection, and it's melting the shit out of this ice, whatever you want to call it, with sodium particulate. That's what I'm thinking, man. And well, the clouds then, everything then is sifted through. So when I talked about space earlier on, this is the immediate area beneath the barrier that's evacuated. It's just like a warehouse. Think of a warehouse with loads of lights along the ceiling or something, you know what I mean? The area underneath, directly underneath all of those heaters or lights, will be of a certain composition or evacuation, if you want. It'll be so intense there that it's nothing survives, or everything is evacuated downwards. And as you decrease the distance from these influences, it disperses, right? So it's a very similar thing as I imagine it going on. And this is where the ether comes in. We talk about Einstein killing the ether, right? Exactly. Who hates the ether? Nathan Oakley hates the ether, and his mentor, John Quantum Eraser, who was knowledgeable enough, I guess, way back when he entered the scene, and certain enough to call his screen name Quantum Eraser. I bring us back to quantum mechanics, which came to life after the ether was killed. So what does John bring us back to? Well, quantum mechanics and more so Bible literalism. Forget about the quantum mechanics part of it. That's a mental exercise, mental gymnastics. It's the literal overarching influence, overarching hand that play that John would bring us back to, which is the Christian Bible and the literal aspect to these things. They catch him out on it when I was talking with him, and shortly after that, I was banned and well, muted and banned. But that's fine. That's fine. And yeah, these are giveaways. Giveaways fine because now at this stage of inquiry, we should be open-minded about everything. So when we look back and discover Einstein was a tranny, married to a butch man in drag. When the older Einstein isn't the same as the younger Einstein, we realize it's all theater. So we can see the theater as just a massive piss take against humanity, or else we can think of it in terms of a greater, different game going on. And that's the way it certainly is encoded, right? Different layers to it. And people like John Quantum Rays is just another actor on the stage, right? And we were always meant to be more on our toes, right, when it came to any certitude following our arrival to flat Earth. As I say, quantum mechanics is truth in everything. There's truth in everything, and everything is fundamentally metaphor. The lie is built and based on the truth. So, in this sense, there's a reality there. Yeah. So let me have a cigarette and yeah, play one song and then continue the chat. It's time to get another song in before it's too late. Once again, I'm in trouble with my only friend. She's been papering the window panes. She's been putting on a smile, living in a glass house. Once again, packed like frozen food, battery head. Think of all the starving millions. Don't talk politics and not throw stones. Your Royal Highness, sir. Of course I like to sit around and chat. Of course I would like to stay and choose the flag. Of course I would like to sit around and chat. Someone's listening. Once again, we are hungry for lynching. That's a strange mistake to make. You should have turned the other cheek now. Living in a glass house. Of course I like to sit around and chat. Of course I would like to stay and choose the flag. Of course I would like to sit around and chat. Someone's listening. Radiohead, Living in a Glass House. Come on, friends. Radiohead are in this time the biggest key givers are. They're responsible, or they were elected to present us with the soundtrack of the greatest movie of our time. It's not 2001: Space Odyssey. It's 2001, 9/11, 9/11, 2001, and Kid A, the album, is the soundtrack to 2001: Space Odyssey. So, in other words, if you play the movie, the 102-minute movie, so when they first started broadcasting on the main networks, which were all connected, to when the second tower fell, 102-minute span, and you start off Kid A, the album, it's perfect synchronization with the movie itself. And I pointed this out many times. That's not my find, by the way. That's, you can just type that into. Actually, I'll bring it up. That's what I'll do, because it's so significant. But I'll bring it up briefly. I have it saved here somewhere. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Share screen. No, because that's not coming up now. Again, just move the screen slightly to the side. Right. So I hope you can see that. It's called Clusterman's Theory. Did Radiohead Kid A predict 9/11? And it goes through it all here. Now there's other links as well. That's a sort of starting point. And as I said, this is all about context. So when we understand, oh yeah, well, not to get back into it, but the likes of Wizard of Oz and Pink Floyd's The Dark Side of the Moon being connected as they are, it's pretty impressive. But at the same time, the movie was long precedes the album, so it's not difficult to see, to imagine a band sitting down, looking at a movie and synchronizing. Lots of different music to go along with the sort of the drama unfolding. So that's not difficult to sort of imagine the hows and the wherefores, right? How do they do that sort of stuff? When it comes to 9/11 here, and this synchronization between what is now proven to be a movie, it has a beginning, has a middle, and an end, and it has a duration 102 minutes long, and yeah, when it comes to that level of synchronization, you might say, well, easy for Radiohead to sit down and write Kid A 2005, 2010 or something, involving or invoking many different, maybe conspiratorial themes within their work. But that's fine, yeah, excellent. But it turns out that Kid A was released in the year 2000, so it preceded the movie itself. So how is this possible? Well, it's only possible to sort of come to understand if we make our way towards and beyond the literal, and we understand that 9/11 was a symbolic event, and it was long in the planning, right? How long? Well, I say 421 years in the planning, or not 421 now, but it would have been whatever, 1598 to 2001. So that was just 16 to 2000. That's 401, 403 years, in the planet. So since the very beginning, the end was set. And well, these end times we're going through now as well, this sort of lifting of the veil, the changing of the guard. Yeah, this is the context I place it in. It's all a greater story crafted and waiting for us, the individuals, to piece together. I think ultimately that's what it is. 9/11 was an inside job. Who else is there but well, you? I'm speaking for myself. Who else is there but me? Nobody. Absolutely nobody. You know, for the vast majority of my time in life, it's just been me. You know, and there's been even when it has been somebody else, there's always been that separation. You know, no matter how close you get to somebody. I talked about this last time. The closest I get to my son, you know, his Steve, his dad. Why do you keep asking me? Well, just, you know, why do you keep telling me? It's true, Steve. What's wrong with you? Just, I know, yeah, but why do you keep asking me that? Well, I was asking him, you know, I love you, don't you, Steve? So, but you know, there is that inherent separation between every individual. So the story of one is the story of all, and well, that story is waiting for you to read. That's the way I see it. So when it comes to stuff like Kid A here, Kid is a baby goat, Go-A-T, right? Goat. We have the goats and the sheep. Think about the Jesus story, right? The shepherd. And this is sort of the inversion of everything. But the shepherd looks after his sheep fine, but at the end of the day, the sheep are bound for a destination, right? And that's the dinner table. And you know, when we look at uh, dates like Easter Sunday, Ishtar Sunday, I-Star Sunday, well, there we have the sacrifice of millions of baby lambs, right? Caught in their prime. It's like a wolf in the slaughter. We got to rethink everything here, right? It's like the fisher of man. Well, what does a fisherman do with the fish? He guts them, right? And he consumes them, right? He utilizes them. So yeah, why Go-AT? Why is the goat a Masonic symbol? Well, a goat is more self-sufficient, individual. Goats have their own mind. And that sort of equation has been made. And, you know, I can certainly appreciate that. But when it comes to whatever these people know, I don't know anything. I'm not privy. I have no inside information from anybody. I'm not in contact with anybody. I have no vested interest in anything here. I'm not trying to sell anything. How many people are listening? Maybe 10 people. I think generally about 200 people look at my videos. That's absolutely fine with me, man. I mean, you know, but I have no idea about any of those 200 individuals. If it's even that amount, you know, people can go back to videos 2 or 3 times and maybe they're counted. But I have no idea what any individual knows or is thinking or is working on. When I asked Nathan Oakley last week, and I asked Ranty the same question, is there any idea, you know, beyond all the basics of flat earth that you're working on to have on the boil at the minute? Both of them just immediately no. No. It's very strange, isn't it? Very strange. And I remember Nathan Oakley early doors with Antonio Subretz, good friends, both of them were. Um, Turns out that Antonio Subretz is a desperate liar, but no one wants to talk about the details of things. It's just the very accusation itself that draws horror from all of the Petoki crew, all of them, you know, from Bob Globusters to Jaron to Ranty to Riley to Nathan Oakley. He said the most horrible things have been said about me, and I never did answer to Patricia Steer, except then, of course, I don't know the person. So if someone's going to tell me something about somebody, and I'd like to find out the truth, I am very capable of doing any sort of investigation. I'm entitled to do any sort of investigation as to choose, but I never impinged on Patricia Steer's space, purse, privacy in any way whatsoever. Not in one sense. And in actual fact, I remember going into one particular chat one day, and about 5 of them all jumped on top of me, Patricia included. I started talking about my shaved parts, and I was really Peter She, you know. And I mean, I was like, okay, well, there's obviously touchy subjects, but if you have a point of view, you're going to stick to that point of view, right? Let's stick to it. But I stand over everything I fucking say and do and think, for that matter. Everything. perfectly entitled if something is brought before me on the table into such a prominent position like the transgender thing between Antonio Subrats, good friends with Nathan Oakley at the time. They did many a show together, which involved much cooperation behind the scenes. If this matter comes to the forefront and is handed to us for consideration, what else is a man going to do but consider it? So when I looked into the whole story and found out Antonio Subarats is an actor, aged himself, and the whole thing is theater, it wouldn't surprise me if they're all still friends. Then I look back and think about, well, for instance, Nathan Oakley and Antonio Subarats being a heavy promoter of the No Forest and Flat Earth, the giant trees idea. Now, isn't it funny? And I'm talking Antonio Subarats specifically. He's one of the top characters throughout all of this, right? He has associations everywhere. Even when Glowbuster came down and decided Patricia Steer, Antonio Suber still got on his show, and he also left his man Uru Landucci, who I'm not commenting there. It seems like they all seem like very, very deep, reasonable people. I'm not commenting on that, but that there's greater theatre and play involving these characters. Well, that's beyond doubt at this stage. Just to what degree is our understanding of the nature of their characters? Well, that's as individual. For me, Antonio Subarats, well, just I think about it now, massive guy in terms of promoting No Forest and Flat Earth video about 2015 or very 16 or something like that. And not only that, then he was also a big promoter of the follow-up video, which was more informative still. And suddenly after the video or after attention was brought to them, all of these characters seemed to have lost interest. They just didn't promote it anymore. When I asked Subrats about that, he sort of denied it. When I also asked him about why were we not talking about 9? Do you know about 9/11? I asked the same thing to Nathan Oakley. You know about 9/11 being a media victim hoax? Yeah, I knew about that. Why didn't you fucking talk about it? Why am I the only one talking about it and making different sort of connections when why don't you talk about it? Oh, I knew about it. I let other people talk about that. I focus on different areas. It's the answer you get. Fucking fair play, right? You'd said to me earlier on, I said, do you talk about flat Earth to anyone in real life? Not really. I said, well, that's mighty fine of you, man. That's mighty fine of you. I guess, what's the point if you don't talk about it in real life? That's the point of it. But, what am I? I'm not going to get too involved. It's another seemingly genuine character, but that's at the end of the day what he is a character, just a name with a picture. It's, just a pun, a spoonerism on YouTube. It's YouTube, So, but if you're not saying, talking about the flat earth and everything related to anyone you can, really, well, where's your heart? I mean, you don't feel like doing it. I know you have to sort of compromise, but still in all, how can you shy away from such stuff? Anyway, kid A, what was George Bush? I asked, where was Charles Manson on 9/11? He was inside the classroom reading I Pet Goat upside down. I've been through iPad Go 2. It'll probably be, now that I have the volume back and everything, something to go through in future hangouts here on StreamYard. iPad Go 2, which is very, very revealing. And, well, everything is interconnected. iPad Goat, a baby goat is a kid, right? So kid A, playing such a central role in Radiohead, then, which is a song I just sang, living in a glass house. They're a flat Earth band, but as I say so many times, flat Earth is just the beginning. So what? You live in a flat Earth? Well, draw me a picture of it. Oh, you can't. Well, where does that leave us? See? So flat Earth is just the beginning. And if you're happy perpetually having the same arguments again, I won't go into detail about that. Again, that's 2005 as well when that came out. But yeah, there are other links as well where it's expanded upon more. Anyone want that? Let me know. I put the link already in chat. Anyone want the further links? Just type it in yourself, or do a bit of searching. Or if you must, let me know, and I have the link here somewhere. Yeah, so Kid A. So as we're at it, and as this is a test sort of rolled out of StreamYard, it's not StreamYard, and we played the closing song to the album. Yeah, two becoming one is the theme, right? So the Titanic, 100 years prior to 2012, we had the Titanic, where one, the Titan, the Titan was broken up, the Titan IC, right? Broken up, one became two. Then we had 100 years of sea turmoil, 9/11, the repeat called for a new Pearl Harbor. Pearls come from oyster or I-STAR, ARI-STAR-CHUS, right? So we understand that we're dealing with a sort of completely fabricated or symbolic narrative being presented as actual history. And it's in this new context that we place everything. It's in this new context that we can see the significance of this song. And most significant is the omitted words, right? Which I'll include here and pay attention to that. But this is song number 10. 10 is X or I-O. It's the theta separated the circle from the diameter. That's the one. That's what the theta represents. Math, AMTH, God is number, AMTH. The TH is the zero becoming the one, right? So the immaterial manifesting into the material realm. There's two dimensions. That's the 3 dimensions and the 0 dimension. So this is song number 10, and it's the closing song of the soundtrack to the greatest movie of our times, which is the 9/11 movie. It's 20. It's just as 11 o'clock. It's 23:42, so 11:42. Right. Wide, sleeping pills, help me get back to your arms. Cheap sex and sad films, help me get where I belong. I think you're crazy, maybe. I think you're crazy, maybe. Stop sending letters, letters always get burned. It's not like the movies, they focus on little white lies. I think you're crazy, maybe. I think you're crazy, maybe. Beautiful angels torn apart. Merciless, I hardly recognize you. I think you're crazy, love. I think it was. I will see you on the next flight. Wow. The omitted verse, beautiful angels torn apart at birth, limbless and lifeless, I hardly recognized you. I think you're crazy, maybe. I think you're crazy, maybe. I will see you in the next life. So the alarm's just gone on there. Right, well, putting it in context, it's, as you can see, it will bring, certainly to me, a much more impactful impression. That's what we need. Thomas is the name of the son, according to the sentence. Financially, there we have Thom, half of behemoth, right? Half of behemoth, which is to be found in the book of Job as God's primary and greatest creation. But behemoth is within us, right? B-he-me, T-H. The spirit of the Creator is within us. The spirit of Jesus is within us. But yeah, now's the time for a re-examination. Now is not the time to carry over everything that we brought with us or kept with us from the world of illusion, and i.e. Bible literalism. Isn't it funny, to the man, none of them have anything to say about historical revisionism. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that, wow? Unless it's an obvious tell. Maybe actually good poker player as well. Yeah, well, talking about historical revisionism, just in light of what I just sang there, the original no-planer on 9/11 was Nico Haupt. And Nico Haupt went on to be a flat earther, and then he talked about not exactly that, historical revisionism to an extreme level, where he came out with his tome, Google 1649ish. So just in inverted commas, Google 1649ish. That's how he labeled it. And the idea being that there are no primary source material to be found predating this year 1649. And that's an amazing thing to behold. As I mentioned, Antonio Subrats earlier on, the second video after the flat earth video, or sorry, the No Forest of Flat Earth video, that was very, very revealing. That one of the areas that delved into was the Wailing Wall in Israel, and also the Egyptian Giza pyramids, not Gaza pyramids, being constructed, or the idea that they were constructed 200 or 300 years ago, and providing plenty of evidence. It's not cast iron evidence, but it's, cumulative. Everything, in one sense, well, I've often thought this or mentioned it, that, on probabilities alone, the spinning ball is ruled out because every single aspect of the theorizing is problematic. So as probabilities mount, as the more in number these problematic areas within the construction of the theory present themselves, then the more the probabilities multiply, and the more we can be certain in terms of impossibilities or what isn't, just based on the probabilities alone, right? Outside of any evidential hands-on gathering of information or evidence. So yeah, it's the same with so many other things. You can gauge things in terms of, well, how many of us will agree now that there's no such thing as coincidence on a flat earth? Everything has a different significance, but especially when it comes to sort of interconnecting or interwoven tales and characters being presented, associated primarily with the forefront of these tales. And Nico Haupt is one of those. He was the original 9/11 no-planer. So to follow his character or to follow his sort of progression while we end up at Google 1649 is so completely fabricated history before us. Antonio Subrat's denied all promotion, all knowledge of promoting that video. So, no, okay, man, whatever. I think it was on Jamie Brown's at the time. I asked him that towards the end of Jamie, before Jamie deleted his whole fucking channel. Anyway, yeah, I won't be back to speak to a lad, but that's okay. There were some excellent conversations there, and lots of different cliques working within Flat Earth, and lots of different areas. We covered a few characters to be aware of. Or Celtic 69 is supposedly for a fellow Irishman. He won't show his face though, and he's a Dell defender to the end. Dell, if you haven't seen Trudell, is somebody who will talk about the same. Another one is same, falls into the same category. He's happy enough to talk about the same stuff over and over again, and just do the routine endlessly. And any differing questions, any new questions, we both are sort of ridiculed and mocked almost, and not almost. I was on with Dell a few times, go backwards on record, and he fucking blew up at some of the stuff I was saying. And in fairness, I was up to his on camera and said to, I know he's playing his role. I know what role he's playing as well. Dell is the material representative. This is why he's associated with the Satanic Bible. What is Satan? What is God? Well, it's two sides of the same coin. Now that I can bring up paint, actually, that's an interesting one. Now that I can bring up paint, I can go over what I can go over what I meant. The StreamYard is great. I have no complaints so far anyway. Yeah. So there we go. This should be coming up here, and I'll just get a basic color. So just go over what I was saying the last time. So talking about the two sides of the same coin. Del represents Del, D-E-L, right? So what does L represent again? The material, the Satanic Bible. Well, Satan offered Jesus the whole material realm if only he would bow down before him. So it's this basic divide that we have to be constantly aware of. And Del is, well, the representative. Another character who's had associations with media personalities and has been in the newspapers. So think about all of those different characters. And, well, don't be thinking anything is accidental or anything is just someone living the dream, making it to the national prominence. Anthony Riley was in the fucking Sun last week. Come off of it. And isn't it funny? All of the same characters who will react violently against any suggestion that there might be infiltration or actors playing roles inserted within the Flat Earth. So they all react violently against the same things. Transgender, they all react violently in mass against the mere suggestion. None of them can talk about any of it. Just getting back to Subrat. Subrat's backwards is star-I-B-S. Let me write it down. What do they use? Yeah, that's good. Now, what are the chances, my friends? Everything's reversed, and I tend to have been saying that. So if we go this way, STARIBUS. So just read it out as it is, STARIBUS. So what are the chances, in light of especially what I've just been saying about him being such a heavy promoter of the No Forest of Flat Earth video, which is earth-shattering. These are earth-shattering fucking considerations. Honest to God, you never look at a rock the same way again. You never look at sand the same way again. Much to say about sand as well. Much to say about land as well. Ireland, England, Finland. What is land? Ask that question. When you say you're a flat earther, well, what is Earth? Well, that's where the giant trees kind of thing. So STARIBUS. Let me just write that out. STARIBUS. And here we have RI star CH. So we were talking about the chin earlier on, the skeleton key, CH in CHIN in CH, right? So CH appears in church as well. CHUR, CH. Well, what does that mean? Well, the CH is ultimately in relation to the IO. Yeah, this is all about a disconnection, right? This is all about a state of division. So, well, you tell me what are the odds here. And remember, this is the biggest arena that there ever is, the Flat Earth arena. So what are the odds that we have this character who embroils us in so much controversy, who creates so much division within the arena itself? And, well, what's in a name? I say everything is in that name, and you don't need to go any further. I say it's impossible in terms of probabilities that this is incidental. But anyway, that's not what that's just to finish up on Subrats. So yeah, he denied that. But when I asked him, well, how come we never talked about it? You know about the legal? I know well about the legal name fraud. Same with Nathan Oakley, know well about the legal name fraud. We never talked about it. We never talked about it, and understanding that, you know, it's intimately connected. All these things are intimately connected to our greater story here, our greater freedom, our greater sort of quest. You know, I left that to somebody else. Who did you leave it to? Dave Murphy. Dave Murphy talked about the legal name fraud. He does talk about the legal name fraud. He talks about flat Earth. What he doesn't talk about is 9/11 medium victim hoax. Because why? Dave was a direct witness to 9/11. He saw the plane, so therefore there must have been plane crashes. This is his testimony, friends. Are you paying attention? Are we paying attention? You know? It's a story attached to each and every character. And as I say, ultimately, you're charged with seeing through these veils, these masks. And if you don't see through them, well, so you kick yourself, I think, if you've invested so much. If you're real, I don't know, that's what I think. If you're a genuine flatter, you can't stop thinking about this stuff. You can't just switch it off. Everything, and it's not just, I don't just think about curvature, no curvature, curvature, no curvature, no, I don't go mad about that. I wake up in the night going, out of my sleep, jumped out of my sleep, curvature, no curvature found, not a chance. That's left it behind years ago. That's when we came to a flat earther, first of all, because I already made my way through the arguments to the cognitive dissonance, and decided that this is the case. Everything I've found since then is just solidified, but Earth is only flat and stationary in relation to the spinning ball. If we, for instance, found out that what we perceive as separate skylights were actually could actually be traced back to an emanating source that is earthbound and could be absolutely considered part of Earth. So it comes in under that umbrella of capital EARTH. Well, then a different context is applied, and in that new context, I say Earth, capital EARTH, is not flat and stationary. Earth is flat in the same way that a stump from a recently felled tree is flat, only in a certain way. So, yeah. Let me get rid of this. I can just start again. So, file, new, save. Right, so here's where let me do it in black. Okay. And I do a little brush stroke because that was probably a bit easier. Thicker. Right, here we go. So I was talking about Dev. I'm not going to talk about, as I said, characters at all too much, but just the way you understand. So we have the Bible literalists on one side, and there on the other side we have the men of Satan, the tattooed sort of Satan worshipping, where all this stuff coming from. Another man who chooses to hide his face, Russian vids. So we have the Bible literalists on one side, the God side on one side, and then we have the devil, men of the devil on the other side, Satan's army. When we think of it in terms of immaterial versus material, then we can have different take on it all from the outset. And I realize these are people, these are characters acting their part. I mean, in terms of Adele and material, right? Material, and Gav, the Gav in reverse is vagina. So the heart of the material we're placed within, and this is the true realm of Satan. This is where the true hell applies. If you're stuck in a material only heliocentric existence, well then that's all there is, right? That is the true hell. So we have the both sides, the kind we have to meet in the middle. You see, everything meets in the middle. So let me just I'll do it first, and then I'll have a signal. I'll get you to consider it because I already did this, but yeah, that's good. I'll do it even a bit thicker here. Right. Every one of these letters is important. The order in which the letters are placed are important. Hang on, let me do better than that. Come on. Set that. Right. Start off the next half. Let's do the next half in a different color. So remember, two sides to the same coin. Look at the coin in the middle with two sides, right? What are you seeing there, friends? What are you seeing there? I think this is a great realization, and this is another one of those things I say to myself. This is my instruction. So how do I do that? Is the problem. How do I go about fulfilling the instruction here? I'll let you consider that for a moment or two while I noiselessly have a cigarette. No L equals X am S, right? So within the, or at the center, what if we had the line, what if we had the S? Hang on, I have to put that a bit straighter now. Yeah, maybe we're not the greatest job that'll do though. Well, this is the yin yang, right? The yin yang symbol. What's this a symbol for in the center here where God meets devil? That's the theta. TH. B, he, me, TH. So there we have the 1, or the I. There we have the S. Is THIS. This is it. Make it so. Remember instructions from Captain Picard to his crew? And so it was. God said, let there be light. So it was. Or so be it. So be it. Right? So the instruction that jumps out when you understand that it's two sides to the same coin, and this is you, all encompassing. When you realize that, the instruction that jumps out to me anyway is go. Live. Great game of life, right? My question, my offering to, and we're left open. The question hasn't been offered up to the ultimate question of the life, the universe, and everything. The answer that was given after 6 million years of the most profound, complicated computer ever developed was 42 is the answer. When the answer was given, it became clear that the question had to be defined a whole hell of a lot more clearly. And well, that search for the ultimate question to the ultimate answer is ongoing. My offering is, well, what do you get if you divide? If you divide 0 by 1, move that in a different color. What do you get if you divide 0 by 1? You get theta, right? And if we look at the theta there, it is the circle. Remember, the circle represents immaterial, no beginning, no ending, and the transformation into the material, incorporation, the devolution, disintegration into the material. This is what the 1 represents, and the ratio between the circle and the 0 and the 1 representing the material, the 0 representing the immaterial, which is us, right? Which is us. This is our ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. Well, let me get a different color. Green is appropriate. Green, emerald isle, green, the color of the heart chakra. So yeah, the relationship between the circumference of a circle and the diameter is a ratio referred to as T. You can look at it as TT if you like, but otherwise known as pi. And 3 being the magic number, I worked out why 3 is the magic number actually. There we have, look, TH, R, E, E. TH, theta, R, E, E, whole E. Spirit, right? That's why I was writing down the numbers and letters on the page earlier, actually, just to equate them a little better. But it's to realize that 3, Jesus died at 33. Jesus was a carpenter. We celebrate Jesus' birthday at Christmas time by putting a decapitated tree. Jesus is the Son. We have a soul, you saw, where that equation is made. But with the TT, so that's my question. The answer is 42. What is the ultimate question? What do you get if you divide 0 by 1? 0 being the circumference, 1 being the diameter, we get pi to 3. 2 decimal places. 1 before, 2 after is 3.14. As a mathematical instruction, God is number 3.14. It represents multiply, which is x, right? X. So x mass, x amass, 3 times 14 gives you, friends, 42. And 42 times x, what's x? X is 10. That gives you 420. And who do you find is intimately connected with 420 itself and the so-called designation of that term? Well, the dodo bird and Lewis Carroll. Isn't it all amazing? So that's my offering. What do you reckon, friends? What is the ultimate question to the ultimate answer of life, the universe, and everything, which is given us 42? Well, I said the ultimate question is, what is 0 divided by 1 equal to? What do you reckon? Within the greater context of the theta and what the theta represents. And as I say, yeah, to take the sword from the stone is to take the S word from the S tone. The S word is when you decide something is, right? S is the divided state. When you decide that something is, because you have this greater nature to you, you could be, if you were misappropriating, I guess, that belief or that knowing, you could be said to be pissing so much purity down the drain, or so much power down the drain. So it's the power of the sword. That's why Jesus returns with a double-edged sword in his mouth as well, not a single-edged sword. Look at the word Jesus itself. It's J-S-U-S. So Jesus does represent the divided state. But in the context, well, a completely different context, right? Completely different context. Jesus is the tree of life, and we are promised reunification with the tree of life in Revelations 22. So we are made from dust. The dust of what? Well, just come back to sand, right? What is sand? Sand is the sawdust of the crystalline trees as opposed to the carbon-based trees. You know, what does all matter? This is what it comes back to. What is land? What is earth? You know, these basic questions. But for me, friends, this is a very important instruction that has jumped out to me anyway. So what does it mean? How do I That's up for me to process, right? But that it's there, I have no doubt, right? Let me. Right, this will probably have to be a parting song. Not that I'm leaving yet, but by the time I close up the hangout, it'll be too late to sing a song. So I'll, faces, worn out places, worn out faces, riding early for their daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. Tears are filling up their glasses, no expression, no expression. Hide my head, I want to drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. Find it hard to tell you, and I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad been waiting for a day that feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Want to feel the way that every child should. Sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello, teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. Dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell, and I find it hard to take. People run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Mad world. Mad world. I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to tell. People run in circles, it's a very, very mad world. Mad world. Mad world. Enlarge your world. Excellent. We're just talking about circles as well, right? No ending, no beginning. Hmm. Hope that came through okay. And yeah, let me go back into chat. Neglecting it as usual. Sorry about that. Anybody who was asking anything. It's the usual way, isn't it? I have to go way down in chat, so apologies if I missed everybody, right? And it can be a lonely experience if you're trying to get my attention here sometimes. I'm down at Magnetic Fester. He said Martin Leakey broke the laws of attraction. Some say it was the gammy eyes. Others say it's because he likes fish. Okay, Fester, Martin Leakey. Let me bring up a picture. We bring up a picture of Martin Leakey for you and how he looks. Martin. It's the Welsh Martin Leakey now. Hansig one. There you the perfect. I have to bring it up. Hang on. Since I can share screen. Flat Earth. Anti-flat Earth. Alright, I just bring up a chat. Oh, look what Randy did. You see Randy's avatar here? Oh, he's live now at the minute, actually. Okay, and he has Martin Leakey on. He has. See Randy's avatar here. Before Randy superimposed his picture here, right in the center, there was something that looked remarkably like a dodo the right way up, and then he suddenly superimposed his picture. But he's on live now. But that's okay as usual. I just want to go back to. Let me just go back. There's where I'm on actually. 1.7K viewers. I was on from the start there. Yeah, let me just go to the videos here. I just want to bring up a picture of Martin. Here we go, Martin Leakey hijacked. Here we go. Martin, look. Fabio. Fabio. Martin. Fabio. Martin. Martin. Fabio. He's looking well. I have to give it to him, right? He's looking well, but he doesn't look too stressed out or anything. He looks well tanned and well groomed. Fabio, Martin, Martin, Fabio. Oh no, Fabio is doing there. As I say though, the Welsh Martin is the Welsh Fabio. He's not too bad though. Looking a lot better than what he used to look like. I mean, obviously Flat Earth has served him well. Shout out to Martin Leakey's new teeth. Again, Martin Leakey, the names give it away. Martin Leakey, Antonio Subrat. Let me name out. Now. Actually, I'll go to the what do you call it, the chat. So, by the way, Martin. Yeah, in spite of all the devastation of finding out your whole channel has been hacked, he just has a book on the way next week. So actually, probably this week now. So you can order the book, and you'll have some great stories to be entertained with regarding all the pictorials, mostly pictorials that Martin's presenting. Says not a lot of truth in what he is, but he is the lead key after all. Martin lead key from where Estonia. I just talked about Estonia. Estonia is the TH. So we have the H in the center. We got to make our way upwards towards the immaterial aspect of our being, and that realization, leaving the heliocentric material world behind, H down to L, right? The L with the lower limb, the leg, L-E-G, the G, the groin, and the L, the bowel, the W, the bowel, right? So, yeah. Um, so yeah, so back to, yeah, I could get stuck on all of these. Like, this is great, some great chats. That's magnetic festers. Martin Rudlow, like it says, it was the gammy eyes. I was saying because he likes fish. So I think that's a reference to piss. And actually, on Nathan Oakley, not Nathan Oakley, on Ranty's there when I was talking, someone put a message in chat. Pete Shea is actually, it's funnier than that. Pete Shea is Pete she, or no, eats pea or something like that. What is it? Sheep pea. No, he likes pea? No, it's not. What is it? P-E-E. So T hates pea. That's what it was. Hates pea. So Pete. So Nathan read this out. Hates pea. And he said, "How do you explain that, Pete? You say everything's in names." And I say, "Well, I explained how Sheehan is the family name, Sheehan, and from the earliest of times, I've always been known as Shay. And the Shay, as well as that, Sheehan can also have a variation, Sheehan, Sheahan. So, yeah, Pete Shay, Peter's first name, Matthew the second, as in Christian, David is the third, that's my father's name. So Pete Shay is reflected in that sense. But because it's an anagram of hates P, it just confirms to me that the universe runs in irony. Because not that I love P, but I certainly do drink urine. I had, just one glass today, but I won't have any tomorrow now because I've had a 6-pack today. Or throughout the day, I've had a 6-pack. Only have the 4 cans, so that'll do. I'm happy enough with that. I don't want any more. I have to finish these. Yes, about a year left. With that. So yeah, I said it's just an indication of how the universe runs in irony. So I said I had a glass of pee today, and Nathan then sort of disgust quits. Oh, you've had a glass of pee. I'm out of here. I can't sort of take this anymore. And he left just all of a sudden, and that's grand. But you didn't say that to Patricia Steer, your good friend, when she talked about it. And she talked about drinking her cat's pee as well or something. I don't know, I'm not sure about that now. Don't quote me on that. But he didn't laugh her out of it then, or he didn't laugh Antonio Subrat's out of it when he started talking about it again. But the joke was on, well, whoever, my next door neighbor here just said he's coming in from a walk tonight. His friend was outside, his fisherman friend. He used to work with him in the post office or the postal service here in Ireland for years. But your man is crippled. On your heart would break for him because he has this back problem that's just continuous for years and years and it's nothing overt, right? It's not a bone out of place or anything like that. It's just something, and you can see the torment in his face, and there's no escaping the moment. And I said to Billy, I don't know him that well, I said, Jesus, Billy, and this is all I said to you, tried everything else. You're talking about the dosage of steroids he has to go on, and it's getting more and more dependent on it just to alleviate pain somewhat. I said, Billy, you've nothing to lose now. I said, please go on and look into urine therapy. We know that if you have a cut or some sort of an injury, external injury, that you're advised to and would be willing to urinate on it for the disinfecting qualities, right? If it works outside externally like that, can you not see how it may work internally as well? If you've tried everything, and that's what I said to him, if I did the sharpest needle imaginable, can you locate that epicenter? He said to, not in those words, he said to pinpoint, bullseye it, so he can bring it down to the very center. But when they go in and look, they can't find it. So yeah, I don't care for people who laugh at these things, but that's fine, But I especially don't care for double. This is all double face sort of stuff, you know what I mean? That I have a certain attitude towards people I call friends, and then I'll show disgust in another matter. This is not being genuine. So I can call out the deception there, and I can laugh it off, right? Well, because you develop a thick skin. Um, but ultimately, I do say that I recognize the power of words and how the universe runs on irony. And well, also in terms of my family, whatever, if you wanted to call what Steve is always my family, but Sarah was his mum. So there we have Peter P, then we have Sarah S, and then we have Steve S as well. So this is everywhere. This everywhere. But so yeah, there's some great comments down here, and as I say, even aside the messers, if the messers just they know all these messers know more than they let on, and they obviously do. So I mean, it's within these sort of engagements that you can maybe seek out clues as well. Don't get too involved with them. I would say don't know if there's any need for wrenches. I have to go way down after missing so much chat, and I don't generally don't go back as well. So again, I'm a terrible sort of host. Very interesting about Nico Haupt, though. Nico Haupt and his Google 1649 is very interesting and how it ties intimately with ties in for me intimately with the story of the dodo, right? And its discovery in 1598, after having lived vast swathes of time in absolute peaceful, harmonic relationship with the natural environments, with no natural predators or enemies. These are all metaphorical narratives presented, right? So it's like the story of Jesus. So once we get to a certain point, we understand that the greater significance is within the symbolism. And, if we were to purely take the literal, we don't lose everything, but we lose a good amount. And while once we get to the deeper layers of flat Earth infiltration, I use all these words vaguely and lightly, but well, what are we brought back to? Ultimately, we're brought back to a science versus religious battle, right? This is the role of the Bible literalists here, is associating flat Earth with Bible literalism. This is why they run a mile from historical revisionism. All the stuff I'm talking about here, all of these people wouldn't dream of going near any of these topics, even though they're the most exciting topics you ever encounter in your life. I'm telling you that right now. Played the video of the Milky Way and the Moon earlier on. That's that's out of this world. That's out of this world because not only is it bringing a greater context to our newfound reality, right? We know well enough where we aren't at this stage, but it is blowing out of the water any of the previous theories associated with what the moon is, or the component parts of our visible universe, right? So yeah, this is how heavy all this stuff is. It really is, right? Come on, of course it is. If I mentioned that to the two beautiful young people I met tonight, not met. They were just in Arthur's Key Park, lovely park there, and they were just sitting over there, sitting here, and we just got chatting. And yeah, I mentioned that to them. And of course, upon consideration of all of these things, it's well, that's the beginning point. Anyway. You have to be challenged at some point. But we've all left the official explanations for life, the universe, and everything behind. So, what is the greater question that well, we're left to ponder. And if you don't progress beyond what isn't, well, you defeat the purpose of this experience. Or, you know, as I mentioned so many times as well, you don't really get beyond anyone I talk to at any stage. You don't really get beyond the basics. I don't. And actually, I meant to say, but that's not putting any sort of hierarchy in there. We're always learning. You never know where you're going to learn something new from somebody new. If you prejudge everybody, then you'll be so limited in terms of who you might talk to on just a random basis, or what you might say to people. So I try not to do anything like that. The chance encounter yesterday, I was out walking my brother's dog, and I just sat down, having a cigarette outside a little store on the main street in Limerick. And I was chatting to a lady I talked to a few times before, but we were just talking about the whole nature of religion and everything. She's a staunch believer in the Creator, but very sensible woman at the same time. Well, we're actually going through a little conversation, right? And where I was differing was that we were given an intellect as well, right? So God, I hold to a greater, but we were talking about the sexuality and how, well, she was talking about how that's where in the biggest sin lies, right? And I agree in a different sense, but in terms of coming to terms with our lives, I asked her the question actually. Do you? She's probably about, I'd say, about 55-year-old woman, not married or anything, and I don't know much about her or anything like that. But everyone has their own story. But we got talking, and I asked her about, did we exist? Did we have existence before we were born into this reality? She holds no, that we were just created, and within the short amount of time that we have in this earth, we've got to find the path, or else we have two options, two destinations: heaven or hell. That's her soul reckoning. Who's to say she's not right? I can't say that. She does have a personal relationship with Jesus and the Creator, right? So I can say that. But when I delved a little bit deeper into it, we were given an intellect as well. And I actually drew on the table. This is a true story. I actually drew on a little table. I was just pointing out that we have the three aspects to our expression. I guess we can think something. So I just drew a line randomly. We were across from a church as well. We were actually talking about some character. He was talking about some character within the church that actually met. I spoke to him a couple of times, and he's got to do with the security and just anyway. I don't want to go too deep into that, but that general conversation was about. And anyway, I drew on the table, right, one mark for representing. Well, hang on, let me just get it straight here. All right, yeah. So a more basic distinction. So the one mark representing the thought, right? So the thought you have to yourself and you sort of keep to yourself, that coherency of mental arrangement when you're dealing with a certain idea or certain area of topic. And then we have the expression of the thought via the spoken word. That's a distinction. So I actually drew another mark for that. It was just on a little table. We were just sitting by him. And then the third point then was the third mark came for the deed or the act, right? So the thought, the word, and then the act. And I just happened to cross them, and it looked for all the world like I was just after drawing three crosses, and both of us had to laugh to one another because it was completely incidental, but it was completely pertinent and apropos to the conversation we were already having about the nature of Jesus. And then she started talking about, or I asked her about the thieves on either side, or that occurred to both of us: Jesus in the center, the heart center, and the thieves on either side. Now, what might they represent in terms of our greater composition, right? There was a different story involved there, but anyway, that was very funny, and it was very sort of it was cool to get to just the way it happened. Went off to my brother's later on, just giving a hand assembling a wardrobe, and yeah, that's what happened to my hand, right? And it's not just one; it's two marks as well. So right in the center where, well, Jesus was nailed to the cross. I'm not saying I'm Jesus anyway, but it's just funny. And I said it to Andrew, he had to laugh about it as well. That was just from putting the screwdriver in. It was just a shitty screwdriver, and it was too much. Lots of screws had to be inserted when you're putting together a pretty elaborate type of wardrobe anyway. But anyway, Jimbo, how you doing, Jim? I'm going to go into the chat. I'm terrible, as you see. I'm all over the place. But again, don't worry about it tonight. Just a test run. I'm very happy once again with StreamYard. There didn't seem to be any issues whatsoever. And it seems to be pretty easy to use. I think all I need to do, if anyone wanted any wrenches or someone's annoying somebody, just go into YouTube and just do the wrenches there. But otherwise, no problem so far. Yeah, good stuff, Jimbo. I don't know if you saw my, what do you call it, earlier on. I think you did, but with Milky Way and the Moon, first of all. So that was sort of to lead you into where my thinking is at. So that's all I'm ever doing, right? I'm just telling you, I'm expressing where my thinking, not now, because I have to delve back into the past. So it was good for me to look back at that, the Milky Way video as well. As I said, that was that was a 15-minute section out of maybe, I'm guessing maybe like this one, 5-6 hour hangout. So yeah, I'm delving back into that past memory and sort of regurgitating it in a sense. But that was just to give you sort of context. So when I mentioned to you the last time, well, two things. So let me share you something else, right, as well. When I mentioned that to you the last time about looking at Crater Clavius, it was, I guess, jumping the gun in a sense, but it was with this. Well, because I think I visually decoded what's going on with Clavius as well. And as I say, it's the same crater being just reflected in a spiraling pattern all the way down. So yeah, that was the idea. But to also point out how significant it was in relation to the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, which connects us to 9/11 as well. And you know, it's this greater significance and the greater context being then that we are looking at in potential, in possibility, a mirror sky and a reflective pattern expressed by whatever, be it a singular source or a multi-source. And multi-source doesn't make sense because that the stars reset every year. That tells you you're dealing with a singular source. Simple. To me, it's simple. It has to be a singular source. Now, when it comes to planets, if I imagine a tree being decapitated, maybe the planets represent the limbs, some limbs, or maybe something else going on as well, which actually more inclined to think that yeah, actually, I am more inclined to think. I actually did a video as well about, I think it was two planets, Venus and Mars, where I pointed out that, well, all it is a sort of a zoomed in version of a certain section of the moon, right? And I clarified that on screen with two planets, but off screen, the further the planet go out, so I'm just again going back into memory, the further you go out in terms of the planets, just the more zoomed in you are. So again, reflections of reflections of reflections. It's my best sort of way of thinking about without having delved too deeply into it. I really haven't done too much research at all along those lines in ages now, actually. In ages, I'm more focused on these days. Well, everything connects to us. The tar is the semen within. When I showed you the S within the O earlier on, the yin yang symbol, that's telling us that, well, to me, I mean, the semen and the egg, the sperm and the egg are inversions of one another. And when this reconnection occurs, then, well, then we have sparks flying and well, we all come into being then, the Big Bang. The communion, right? The consummation of the marriage. So this is what it is. It's a marriage made in heaven. Okay, well, Jimbo, thanks for that. If I'm honest, the moons of planets like Jupiter is something I get hung up on. Absolutely, man. And look, that's something I have to spend some more time looking into as well. What exactly is the relationship going on, as is seen by, or as can be verified by people with high-powered telescopes? And I know there is a certain relationship, so I don't deny that that's an issue I definitely have to deal with. But in I think we can all agree with the idea that on a daily and a nightly basis, everything seems to move in unison around us in the sky. Everything seems to keep a fixed orientation to everything else on that sort of the time scale. And we get the deviations then when viewed over a more elaborate or elongated time period. So whatever the variations that we observe over these extended time periods, if we take it at a more manageable increment or relatable increment, well, then the idea that we're coming back to a singular source has to be considered. Surely it has to be considered. Now, what is the nature of this possible singular source? That's a different question again. And how exactly do all the intricacies work? How do you go about explaining it within your own thought process, right? That's the challenge for the individual. So once again, I'm not telling anybody anything. I'm merely relating where I'm coming from, and most especially the central role that are not I give. I don't give ARI-STAR-CHUS a central role. Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong gave it a central role in their transcript from their conversations on Apollo 11 before the landing on the moon. They had a very interesting conversation about ARI-STAR-CHUS. Out of all the craters, they pinpointed ARI-STAR-CHUS. Now we know that that's a whole lot of nonsense. So why, like the Jews, like I said, the Jews being incorporated as scapegoats or villains within the 9/11 narrative? Of why is this also included within that other fabricated narrative that was the script for the moon landings, right? So it's all of these different pieces of information. No one has all of the answers here, and I never claim to have all of the answers. I'm representing my find and my uh, conclusions on the matter to the best of my ability to express that or to piece together things. That's all. I said at the start, I know fuck all. It's, but I'm learning. Not about proving anything to anybody. At the end of the day, it's not about anybody else. So, absolutely, whatever questions you have. Sorry, yeah, I meant to get onto that. Yeah, whatever, air them, air every question, and well, air on the side of caution, right? Libra Star, how you doing, man? I meant to say hello. Are you a vegetarian or a vegan? Vegetarian, man. My diet, what did I have today? A bowl porridge with milk, made with milk. Sugar, so try to cut down the sugar. So 2 boiled eggs and some toast as well and tea. So yeah, that would be it. So if I was to go completely vegan, I don't know what I'd eat. Although I haven't said that now, I could easily just fruit shakes, or not even just fruit shake. I'll just fruit and veg, sort of put into a blender. I think I could get used to having 3 or 4 of those a day. You know what I mean? And I could absolutely survive on that. Just a mind over matter thing. That's what I think. And well, in some ways, when we get back to the heart of matters, well, I'm saying it to someone called Earther here. He's a YouTube character. I was talking on my own channel, of course, about if everything is mirrored inverted, if you look at the male and the female as being a divided, torn apart from one another, cleaved apart, yeah, we have that prime division, but then we have the division within us. Now, is there any mirroring that's going on? When I consider about our brain, right, we're divided down the center, but even when the two halves, the demispheres, are put together, we're still left with half a sphere, right? Hemisphere. So where might the other half be? We can see virtually the woman's brain and the man's brain coming together to make the whole brain, but within ourselves and self-contained as we are, is there inversion? Oh yeah, because the male part, the male genitalia, are an inversion of the female genitalia, with the ovaries representing the testicles, the penis representing the inverted vagina, etc. So it's when the two come together, it's like the jigsaw piece, with the jigsaw piece intricate hole that's there for it. When that comes together nicely, then we have, well, you know, the birthing or the creation of the greatest miracle known to us, which is the human child, right, which is us. Yeah, so is there any inversion along similar lines going on internally? So this is where I have to consider that our gut, right, our gut intestines is inverted brain, the outer half of our brain inverted. So what we put in there is turns out to be vital, absolutely vital. And this is where I think fasting plays such a pivotal role in, well, many religions throughout the world. We tear back the official layers and the literal layers, we apply things to ourselves. Yeah, what you put into your stomach after a period of fasting and allowing your body to, well, to be, right, as it was meant to be, well, then that can affect all manner of changes. And ultimately, well, this is what communion is, right? Communion. It's bridging your own gap. So this is the bread of life. This is the body of Christ, right? Yeah. When you fast, your stomach acid dries up, and I've done this for 18 days. Your stomach acid dries up, and you don't defecate after 3 days. So whatever you put into your stomach, as I reckon, whatever you put into your stomach is immediately absorbed and absorbed, well, first of all, processed and absorbed then into your bloodstream and re-pumped from your heart back into your brain as well. So that connection is made. That's my, what do you call it? Okay. Let me, so yeah, communion, the 10 commandments, manna from heaven, nectar of the gods. Yeah, this is the amazing abilities, amazing powers that we have contained within us. And, you know, I guess, as that lady was saying to me yesterday, the ultimate sin or the ultimate test for us is our test of sexuality. And I pointed this out before. The biggest thing in sin in homosexuality, as I reckon, as it's been presented, it's not really anyone's business what anyone else does in terms of their own personal sexuality, as long as it's between consenting adults and no one has been hurt, right? Everything is above board. That's the best we can say, right? But it's no one's business at all, because then it would be everybody's business, and that's how it can work, right? Everybody has a sexuality, but yeah, why I think homosexuality is looked in the way it is as an abomination is because, you know, and I've talked about this many times, when my son Stephen was conceived, it wasn't intentional, but there was no ejaculation, right? So Steve, in one sense, was an immaculate conception. But you know, we all understand that semen, especially strong semen, I guess I must say strong semen, they made their way up to where they had to make. He or it made his way up to where it had to make them, and the rest is history. But yeah, if we think in terms of this fluid within us as being so powerful that we don't even need to, if you want to put it, I don't mean waste, please don't take me literally, if we don't even need to waste it to make the most beautiful thing in existence, which is the human child, well then, you know, if you succumb solely to lust and you empty, you spill your seed right into whatever receptacle, um, that can be viewed as a great loss. And well, when we think about homosexuality, man with man, well, there's no hope of anything out of that. You're not getting anything out of that except succumbing completely to the lusts of the flesh, you know. So I think it's along these lines that everything is sort of referential to. don't know if you agree with me or not, but it makes absolute sense to me. And well, again, ultimately, everything coming back to our own physiology and our own understanding or appreciation of the knot we're in, right? The right knot we're in. That's what I think. That's where I think it all comes back to. And when we think about Easter, again, Easter, Ishtar, I Star, Sunday, ARI-STAR-CHUS, Sunday, the decapitated tree of life. We have the direct connection to Easter and Christmas, right? The birth and death and resurrection of Christ, of Xmas tree, right? You put a decapitated tree on the X, right? X marks the spot, so you're reconnecting the tree with its other half, which is below. So yeah, up and down doesn't matter, isn't it? Down is all right. I don't want to go into that. I don't want to go into that because there's something else going on. If you think about what down is, so we have all the usual heads talking about no gravity, no predominant force, which arranges everything into its different layering. Yeah, and this is sort of been attached now, like Bible literalism, to flat earthers. So it's again one of these little scoffing points. So they don't believe in gravity, but yeah, when you get more to intricacies of it, there is of course a force. Of course, there is a force, but it comes back to your consideration of what Earth might be, right, in a new light. If you're going to rule out any thoughts on what you've replaced the vacuum of space with, which you definitely said doesn't exist, if you're going to say that what actually does exist is irrelevant, well, you have no right to talk about gravity then, because you don't know what's affecting what. If you're going to say to me that there's a necessary container, and you're not going to say that the nature of the container could have an imposing factor on everything beneath, but then you have no right to rule out anything. You have no right to say anything, actually, in my mind. But again, all of these talking points are attached to, well, your average flat earther. But the stage is set. It's gonna pan out the way it's gonna pan out, and it already is. David Weiss made it on to Alex Jones. Yeah, David Weiss, David Weiss. Could be the nicest man in the world. I don't take away anything from the possibility that everything he's doing is motivated with the ultimate goodness, right? And but what I can say for certain is he's playing a part. He's acting a role, and a prime role that is. So we talked about earlier on, yeah, who would the prime actors be in Flat Earth? Well, you name them. You name them. Who isn't? Who isn't? Who isn't Chad? Let me say sorry about all this now. Well, there you go, Jimbo. Wasted seed everywhere, even for ourselves. And you know what? The seaman has to make the journey. This is the whole point. So even if we refrain from any sexual activity and all that, you can't just keep it in your body and let it there. It doesn't make any difference. I tried that. I'm not saying I tried that, but no, it's not that it doesn't make any difference. It does, of course, but there's something else. There's something yeah, there's more to it. There's more to it. The seaman has to make the journey. So what journey actually is that? Well, this is what the whole Lenten procedure, speaking especially in Christian or Catholic sense anyway, so it's all about. So by fasting, right? Fast F as T. We understand the letters F as T. So we look at the F in relation to the E, right? What's missing? Well, the lower bracket, the L at the bottom. So this is up the ladder. When we move the ladder upwards again, and we do away with the middle, then we get to the T, the top. So once again, you're identifying these three component aspects to our being. And yeah. It's also natural as well, isn't it? It's something that's been with us all our whole our lives. I realized earlier that sex was a trick in a sense. I realized that in my 20s. Some trick going on here, some trick or other. It just couldn't make any sense, head nor tail of it. Within the greater paradigm, the greater worldview I was under at the time, this heliocentric Big Bang, the meaningless evolutionary reality. It didn't make it didn't, I couldn't understand how it was a trick, because how could something be a trick if it was just arbitrarily brought to be? Do you know what I mean? But now I can see exactly why it's a trick. It's maybe a necessary trick. It's like we have to overcome physical. This is what it's all about. We have to understand the distinction, and we have to, well, overcome, right? Shit. Tap the lights. That's good. Right. Yeah. Sorry for not getting involved a bit more. So where was I? Oh yeah, I was going to show you something there from my pictures. Oh yeah, well, body of Christ and Easter Sunday, right? And Easter egg hunt. So there we have the body of Christ, the sperm, setting out to find the egg. This is what it all represents. And we have Mother Earth, Father Sky, I talked about earlier on, symbolic sort of reconnection via the moon landings with the three little sperms inside. The lunar module, or not the lunar module, the rocket, the phallic type symbol. It's because it has been a division in the first place. And as I say, until I until I think differently. That's all I can say. It's not till I'm proven wrong, because no one else talks to me about any of this stuff. I say that thing that was decapitated is ARI-STAR-CHUS, the tree of life. The decapitated tree of life is still all encompassing. I give you a quote from memory from Lord Byron, Lord L or D. L or D. Remember D with the theta? So that's where the dodo comes into it. So when you have the theta and you have the circle and you divide it into, then we have D, D, O, O. Dodo. Okay, I was going to show. Okay, that's excellent. So many pictures. All right, look, I can just, that's what I meant to do another night. I'll do that next night. Just go through all of the pictures and just talk about them. I could spend hours talking, just going through them, knowing that I could stop and talk for about 10 minutes of each picture. Okay. Okay. Let me put that right. Here we go. Okay. This is the Apollo lunar landing mission profile. Look at it. What a load of cock and balls. What a load of cock and balls. It's an official picture given to you as well. SpaceX. You say SpaceX, my dear. Up and away. They had to rotate it the long way, right? Because there's no up and down in space. It's amazing what you can see when you turn something, when you reorientate something. Yeah, we have LLMP. So I'll try to make sense of that. Everything is chosen specifically for the clues that it contains within the letter. So every word has meaning, and well, every word is composed of letters. So within the letters, the greater meaning is encoded. But what does that remind you of, folks? That's all, folks. I didn't say any more. Sex in the Clouds, all of these different sexual references that we find ingrained within the imagery and narratives presented to us from all those official bodies. Yeah, it's, as I say, it's not just you can get pissed off with it, and you can forgive the pun. You can sort of throw everything out, and you can burn everything that's ever been presented to, but you can also look for deeper clues. And this is what I'm saying to you: there are deeper clues ingrained, and ultimately, this is bringing you back to your own sexuality, your own raison d'etre, or as opposed to maybe raison d'etre, your own cause for being, I guess, which is the sexual unification of two divided aspects. Mother, M-O, with the T-H in the center, E-R, and father, F-A-T-H-E-R. Now, ask yourself why the two letters, F-A and M-O, are chosen to clarify this distinction. No greater divide, I guess, than your mother and father, right? So, yeah, what do you reckon? What do you reckon? It's in your face. SEAL Team 6, remember I mentioned that earlier on? SEAL Team 6, there's Gunny Sergeant, or Private Gunny O'Neill. You kneel for a blowjob, so he went in and he shot Obama in the face while he was watching porn. Oh, God almighty. How funny is that? But yeah, I won't show that. Anyway, what I'll do is look. Oh yeah, this is what I want to show Jimbo. So consider this. You can do this. Everything I say you can do yourself. You should be doing yourself as well. Right. Here we go. Sun Tree 2. There you go. So this is just a still shot I took from altitude balloon footage, and I got it sort of as accurate as I could, so I get crisp enough image. And like the last image of Crater Clavius, give yourself a little time to consider what you might be viewing here. This is clearly the sun, and what we see around it is this very strange pattern. Ballers are quick to tell me, or were quick to tell me, they don't tell me that anymore because they're easily confounded, that this is a lens flare, which is particular to the lens itself. So this particular pattern that we're looking at is just a byproduct of the camera and its lens and its interaction with the intense bright light of the sun. And needs must then that every particular camera will give a different, especially a different make, but particularly if every camera will give a different pattern, a different lens flare, just based on the construction of whatever's going on at the heart of it itself. So yeah, well, and that's easy to feed, as I said, because I've got loads of these pictures, and you can get them yourself from anywhere. That's Sun Tree 2. Where's Sun? Completely different camera. Here we go. Up here, Sun Tree 3. That's from across the world, completely different location, and I don't know. Exact match. It's the same thing. Same thing. So that long ago led me to understand that we were dealing with this particular pattern. It's very like the iris of your eye. I actually have a photo in here somewhere where I went to that. Not that I went to that trouble, but I made that comparison. I went there. Oh yeah, here's the one. Here's the image where I confounded the bowlers when they talked about it being a lens flare, and I said, well, I showed this image, and I think it was on John Gondala's channel, Jose Gonzalez's channel. I showed these two images. So it turns out that this is not a lens flare, this is the sun's corona. So I say, well, what is this then? Oh, that's a lens flare. But hang on, what are you saying? This is an image of the sun above the atmosphere from altitude blue footage across the world from, let's say, this one, which shows us the same pattern showing. And then as we look at this image of an eclipse, so this is an image taken of a solar eclipse. Well, we see this particular pattern as well, and they are matched. These patterns are matched. So what it tells us is this is a fixity associated with the sun itself. But when we examine it closer, or when we just think about what we might be looking at here exactly, let's bring up this one. Well, I've sort of discerned what I'm looking at, Jimbo. That is, I'm looking at something crater-like. So let's move out of the two-dimensional thinking and try incorporate that extra dimension. Yeah, I'm looking into something very, very crater-like, and you know, yeah. I'm just trying to find that bridge to be understanding that it's, or not to try and find that bridge. To explain to you, but I can't find that bridge. But yeah, we're looking at something very, very crater-like, but it's also a reflection. So we're looking at a reflection of something that is very crater-like. When we compare that then to, well, let me bring up the image of ARI-STAR-CHUS itself. So that's the HD mode. Perfect. There's ARI-STAR-CHUS here. First of all, there's Tycho down here. And lo and behold, oh, be Jesus, look at all of these like shard-like patterns associated, but that's not the clearest example. Is over here. You see all these shard-like patterns associated with these craters. You can see with pretty much every one of the craters. But here's ARI-STAR-CHUS here. Look at this V in particular. Let me just get the orientation correct. Um, right, you see these patterns here? Now remember, this is a reflection. The moon is a reflection, so things are prone to distortion. But you're just getting the general idea, and this is for Jimbo as well. You're just, if you're hearing it for the first time, just trying to wrap your brain around it somewhat. And then here we have these patterns associated with the sun. And this one here is very revealing. I reckon so. Once again, you're free to do any of this yourself. Get any amateur free footage you like. Dwayne Callum is good, but there's so many others around. And yeah, the sun you'll always catch these patterns, and it's up to you to take a still shot and then go comparing it to some other things I could talk about. Loads of stuff on the moon, and I'm actually considering something at the minute now, which is very, very interesting because there's a mirror line down the moon. But here's the man on the moon. Wait to see this. So this image I got from, nowhere in particular. I'm sure it's from a NASA website. So there's an official picture of the moon released. And the reason I chose it as well is because as you zoom in, it retains a great deal of quality, right? And no reason to sort of distrust it. And when I was doing lots of early research, there's the Milky Way swathe here. But it's also here, look, it's also here in a more faded way. But that's a different story. It's an elaboration upon what I found regarding the Milky Way swathe. But I found the man in the moon, the real man in the moon, about 2 years ago as well. But here's crater Tycho. Oh yeah, that brings me back to fall streak clouds. I also explained fall streak clouds, this mystery that's baffled science regarding the origin or the sort of cause mechanism behind the formation of fall streak clouds. Well, you're looking at it here. There it is here. Look. There's another expression of it. What you would say is a crater, a black hole crater on the moon. Well, actually, I'll bring that up. Let me, just because I took a lot of fall streak clouds. There you go. Look, just right there. Perfect. There's a fall streak cloud. There's that, what do you call it on the moon? Look at it, man. Look at how close that is. And that's an amazing, they give some sort of stupid fucking elaborate concocted explanation as to why this circular hole seems to appear in clouds in particular locations or under particular circumstances. Well, that's your explanation. We have a pattern being expressed, and this pattern can be seen. This is the thing I just pointed out on the moon. Can be seen on the moon. Can be seen on in the cloud itself. And when I talk about repeating cloud patterns, it gets back to all of this. There's an initial singular source being expressing, and that expression then leads to all manner of effects. The repeating cloud patterns, the patterns, wiggly pattern line, lines on beach with the beach sand should be flat when the tide goes out, right? Why would it form ridges, especially if there's no wind or anything like that? Well, it comes back to the ether and well, also back to the sand and what it actually is sand. There's the all seeing eye to be found in the moon. Okay, let me bring that up again. So you didn't know the all seeing eye was to be found in the moon, but you can also see the all seeing eye in the clouds. Here's the all seeing eye in the moon. There's the Milky Way swathe here. And if I just rotate this around, as you did, we zoom in here, you see it? Let me bring back to the man in the moon. Wait to see this. Can you zoom in? Keep zooming in. You've been jumping at it yet? Keep zooming in. This is man in the moon. Look at the big walrus moustache in him. Let me give up another picture. I remember starting with the doe earlier on. There you go. There's a Gleason's map. When you turn it to Australia, it's at the bottom. And if you take notice, all the main characters, Antonio Subratz, Nathan O'Kelly, Martin Luque, Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, Bob from Globus, Jern, they all heavily promoted the Gleasons and all. And there we have it. Didn't occur to one of them to turn it upside down. No, that's not what I was looking for. It was this amazing connection. If I can find it. Neil Armstrong, by the way, big suspicion. I haven't delved too deep yet. I don't care too much about it. Neil Armstrong, backwards, is Go North's Mr. Alien. If the source of the moon is at the north center, which when I hold it is, ARI-STAR-CHUS is emanating from the center, but it's not quite simple as that as well. Yeah, that brings a different take to it. But John Lear, of particularly 9/11 fame, but John Lear also talked about ARI-STAR-CHUS as being some sort of a nuclear power generation plant. Isn't that interesting? That's almost exactly what they say the sun is. But if John Lear played the role of Neil Armstrong, John Lear was another no-planer on 9/11 and gave an affidavit regarding his evidence on the impossibilities of the plane trajectory and performance, according to the official stories on 9/11 anyway. So all of these things being connected. But let me just go and see if I can find what I was looking for. There we go. There's the other man with the handlebar moustache underneath Dodo's wing from chapter 3 of Alice in Wonderland, which was an amazing find. The only version that had this face developed underneath the Dodo's wing, where we have the two hands emerging, right? Remember the Dodo represents the flat Earth map. There's America coming around here over the back of Russia, the USSR, right around. So the Dodo coming out underneath the wing would be exactly where the North Center is on the map. But here underneath, there we have the man with the handlebar moustache, the mixture of the old fall and the new fall, the old Paul, who was supposed to have died on 9/11, by the way, the birthday of Jesus, and the new Paul, and the handlebar moustache. And so let's just go back to the moon. There's the man in the moon, handlebar moustache. Pretty good quality image, you know what I mean? Someone's taking the piss here. It's fair enough, but you can see it here clearly. Look, my eyes aren't deceiving me. Pareidolia, they call it, but right. But yeah, there for yourself to do regarding the still shots of the sun above the atmosphere, where there's less distortion, right? There's less atmospheric interference. So we're seeing the sun pretty much as is. Can you examine it for a while? You understand that, well, if you your eyes adjust. That's all I can say. Your eyes adjust. And now that I see these things, I can't not see them. When I look at the sun, I'm looking at a crater, or what appears to be a crater-like impression. And well, as I hold that we are dealing with the energized watery barrier, and the water behaves like a mirror. I hold that we're looking at a reflection of one crater, and one crater alone lives. ARI-STAR-CHUS. Here's that. That's about. It's too late to bring me out to the statue now outside, but this is almost the perfect pattern. That's from the statue outside of Jesus looking over the hallway that my father painted personally, over 50 years ago, something. And has been up in the hallway overlooking everything for all my life. That's almost precisely the pattern. That's inlaid upon his chest, and in the center then we have a heart. It's in chained, and Jesus is pointing there with two fingers. I'll show you that the next time we get around to it. But I've just compared this IHS, right, to this sun, and this the associated fractured pattern, and it's very, very similar, uncannily similar. I have another image here. So this had me along in the code dodo. We have the IHS, Jesuit symbol, whatever you take that to mean. Well, we can think of IHS in relation to the letters INS, right? Sin. But I have so many images. Oh yeah, here we go. That's the one I was looking for. Our own eye. This is my own eye. Compared to the craters, that's not the best image. No, it wasn't too bad, I think. But yeah, I mean, that's how deep it goes. We've seen reflection there, how the internal reflects the external. Here I am in Ireland, and Irish eyes are smiling. Yeah, what exactly are we, man? Who exactly are we? Where exactly are we? When exactly are we? How exactly are we? They're the bigger questions of all of this. And, well, they're there for us to ponder over. Let me, okay, I'm going to read this. Okay. It's getting late here. As usual. Getting very, very late. I'm sorry if I missed so many comments in chat and so many people in chat. Yeah, well, Jimbo, Jesus is the Son, but Jesus is also within, right? So we can't like say one or the other, but it's a combination of both. So yeah, that's what I say anyway. Jesus is the Son is within, soul is you, soul. So the story of Jesus is reflected within our own story. So it's coming to these realizations or these ways of thinking. We can consider everything in a new light. Yeah, it's getting later. I'm going to have to go. So I won't sing you out. Instead, I'll leave you with, and I'm sorry again about the chat. There's so many things to talk about, and I end up just sort of brushing over lots of stuff and probably frustrating with listeners as well. So my apologies for that. I certainly don't mean to do that. And as I say, I have StreamYard now, so definitely my intention is to start making some short, very simple, just a series of images and a bit of text, 5-minute videos, which will summarize my position on things. And I definitely have certain areas to look into, no doubt about that, Jimbo, especially regarding the planets and what exactly is going on there. What are we, what are we seeing? What are we picking up? And yeah, certainly would have some things. As I said, I did two plan. I compared, so along the lines I was thinking that everything's reflection of the moon. The moon is our biggest clue, right? Because it's the clearest thing that we can examine and evaluate visually. But the further out the planets that I got to, the more I was zoomed. The more I found out myself that I was zoomed in, or I told myself that I was just zooming in on one particular area. Now, for dealing with sort of a reflection, a broken glass sort of reflection, of the one same thing. How could you discern that? I guess therein lies the rub. It's pretty individual. I've been able to consider first of all the situation and then to make the necessary comparisons to come to satisfy yourself to one degree or another. But that's definitely one thing that stuck with me from this 2 years ago now, thinking that the further out the planet I seem to investigate, that it seemed to be just a more magnified version or close-up version on this one particular area on the moon, or the same particular area on the moon. So yeah, it's one thing I've been meaning to consider, absolutely, and especially as well because I mentioned 2001: Space Odyssey, because within was it Jupiter? Yeah, Jupiter was the mission. Jupiter was where the signal was said to be emanating from. There's a whole different story regarding 2001 in terms of can't go into it. I'll go into that too. It's too deep in terms of just the whole experience that Dave Bowman went through, and that whole awakening process and realization process that he went through, and how it's all shrouded in fabrication shrouded in media fakery almost, right? And that's a different story. But with 2001, they switched around Saturn and have had the emanating source at Jupiter within the movie, whereas the book said it was Saturn. Now, the official explanation for why they changed that was it was too difficult to recreate accurate sort of effects as to the reality of how Saturn looks with all its rings, etc. That turns out to be nonsense. So there is a greater significance in that switcheroo. But something I would mean to get back to. So thanks for that. And I'm going to leave you with a poem by Thomas Kinsler called Mirror in February. And again, apologies for not getting to any questions. Maybe next time, there'll be a few willing to come on and have a chat. I generally tend to do better in interactions as well. Sort of held down to more specific points, or conversations are emergent. So you never know where they're going to go. But so once again, I thank you for tuning in, friends, and well, until next time, I'll leave you with Mirror in February by Thomas Kinsler. The day dawns with scent of must and rain, open soil, dark trees, dry bedroom air. Under the fading lamp, half-dressed, my brain idling on some compulsive fantasy. I towel my shaven jaw and stop and stare, riveted by a dark, exhausted eye, dry, down, turning mouth. It seems again that it is time to learn, in this untiring, crumbling place of growth to which, for the time being, I return. Now plainly in the mirror of my soul I read that I have looked my last on you, and little more, for they are not made whole that reach the aids of Christ. Below my window, the wakening trees, hacked clean for better bearing, stand defaced, suffering their brute necessities. And how should the flesh not quail? How should the flesh not quail that span for span is mutilated more? In some distaste, I fold my towel with what grace I can, not young and not renewable, but man. So thanks again, friends, and love to all. I love you, my Steve.